time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill your hunter! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. We're your hosts, Blackjack and Grace, and we are back after a one-day break and a slight delay tonight for what is now going to be the playoffs. Yes, get excited, get hyped, everyone. It is the playoffs. It is the business end of the tournament, and we are very rapidly approaching that big grand final. Grace, how are we feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty excited, especially for this first matchup we're about to go into, but more of that very shortly. Again, three MENA teams left and only one SA.
Oh yeah.
Mercenaries being SA's last hope here. So, again, I think all of the eyes are on them, certainly for this first day of playoffs.
Absolutely. Mercenaries, the last hope of South Asia, the only SA team in the top four. And the three MENA teams, let me tell you, they are no slouches. We have seen plenty of their performance over the group stages, and they are fighting, of course, for that $10,000 prize pool. So let's look at it once again as we start off proceedings for the night, of course. The distribution from the first to the fourth, starting with 5,000 USD for the top spot, 2.5 for second, 1.5 for third, and 1,000 US dollars for that fourth spot. Again, we talked about it before. We'll talk about it again. It is an alluring and a very, very good prize pool, if I do admit myself, especially for the South Asian region. It's one of the biggest ones we've had in recent memory. So, that, of course,
Mm.
is something to keep in mind. But of course, the prize pool is just one thing. There's also a lot of bragging rights that players are going to be playing for and fighting over. Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure the mercenaries, the folks at mercenaries already are having an absolute ball with the other South Asian teams saying that, oh, you guys didn't make it, we did. And now watch us go on and potentially even win. Who knows? Let's go into the tournament format, folks, to remind our viewers where we are right now. Group stages, that has just happened, of course. Top four from groups have now reached the playoffs. And it's a double elimination bracket, which means, well, actually, I'll let Grace handle that part.
It basically means that if you lose today, you're going to go into that lower bracket, and then you have to fight your way through the lower to eventually try and get to that grand final place. So, again, even if you lose today, there's still the potential of more revenge tours, which, again, revenge tours really will be the name of the game when it comes to this playoffs, I think. This is why it's about to get so, so exciting. We have said it's three of these MENA teams, one SA team. That one SA team has so much going on their shoulders right now. Mercenaries have to try and pull their way through, but let's see how they got here. Let's have a look at these group standings.
Oh,
And again, the
yes.
top two teams of both groups are the ones that qualified. So in Group A, we had GEEKAY and Triple, and in Group B, rather, we had Group A. Well, we could say Group A again, Mercenaries being SA Last Hope, but Mercenaries and Nobles there, they are the ones that qualified from that Group B. Again, personally, I spoke of revenge tours just now. The fact that Nobles qualified over 25 is especially spicy for me.
Hmm.
I think that those who would have liked to have gone head to head, especially as the things we see in the Saudi E League, it can get quite interesting. Again, this is why it's going to be really fun, I think, for Mercenaries if they're able to fight their way through to the end there, because the MENA teams, maybe they're focused on kind of battling out more against each other. They want to get that bragging rights over each other for the MENA region. And I think Mercenaries can try and get the upper hand here just by being like, okay, they're distracted, let's hit them hard.
I mean, yeah, Mercenaries could be the dark horse of the tournament, all things
Mm.
considered, and come from out of nowhere. And who knows, maybe even topple all the giants that they are going to be facing. It is in some matches a David versus Goliath situation, and of course, in some matches, some would
Mm.
liken it to Godzilla versus Kong. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the matchups that we are going to be starting off with tonight. It is day one of groups, which means the
Mm.
two upper bracket matches are going to happen, and we've already got some good ones. GK Esports will be taking on Mercenaries in the first game of the night. And the second game, of course, will be Nobles versus Triple Esports. Matches, of course, that will be reminiscent of the Saudi E League will be happening as those three MENA teams take on each other as it were. But that Mercenaries game, again, I feel like a lot of our viewers will be very excited to see how MRCZ takes on now a Group A team for the first time in this
Mm.
tournament. Let's have a look at the brackets, folks. As Grace explained earlier, the losers from tonight will go into the lower bracket to fight out one last time. And unfortunately, the one who does not win that match will be eliminated from the tournament. The winners go into the upper bracket final, and then tomorrow we'll have the upper bracket final and lower bracket match, and the lower bracket final day after tomorrow, and then finally on Sunday, I think it's Sunday anyway, we are going to have the grand final. Forgive me, the days of the week are a little bit confusing for me today, but that's a whole other issue altogether, I feel like. But for now, GK versus Mercenaries. Let us start zooming in on that match as a
Mm.
Group A versus Group B inter-group game that I feel like is gonna be really exciting is on the cards now.
Yeah, I think you touched on before, the Godzilla versus King Kong. We've got one of the best SA teams going against one of the best MENA teams. Of course,
Oh
GEEKAY, it's
yes.
Trilix, Key, Mankal, Hashom, and seriously, we have seen these guys pop off throughout the entirety of the last week. It has been a little bit terrifying at points too.
Oh yeah.
Again, really being able to also work that creativity at times, but just constantly maintaining the pressure, constantly going for these aggressive pushes. Maybe they might dial it in a little bit going up against Mercenaries. It's a thing again because both these teams have been in separate groups. This is the first time they'll be going head to head in this entire tournament. So that's where things could get a little bit more interesting. But let's have a look at the good old chums of Mercenaries as well. Again, lots of familiar faces here if you're familiar with the SA circuit, Blackjack.
Absolutely. Taha, Ayan, Hasib, MI7, and Din. They're all going to be coming in hot today. After all, tonight, I should say. After all, they had a nearly unbeaten streak in the group stages as well, winning 2 out of their 3 games. And even in the Nationals, they were a force to be reckoned with. The only one being
Mm.
able to stop them being Take Charge Esports in the SA Nationals. So similar to GK, they were second place runners up specifically in their respective tournaments. That is something that, of course, ties the 2 teams together and yet keeps them apart because it was for different regions. Now let's see how these 2 second best teams, I say that with air quotes, of course, face off against each other. With that said, it's the bans, folks, the map bans to be specific, and this will really determine the pacing and the flowing of the game. And I do not like how those bans are going so far. All the big interesting maps are already out of here, which means Villa is going to be in play. That's Mercenaries' pick. Kind of get it. We'll touch on that in a bit. Oregon from GK Esports, interesting, a more general map pick from them. Clubhouse's band Skyscraper, unfortunately, will remain in the banned pool, which I believe leaves Cafe Dostoevsky, yes, as our decider map.
Hmm. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Again, we are going into the playoffs, yes, but remember it's double elimination, so maybe people want to
Hmm.
play a little bit safer from the get-go. We do have Cafe as that third though, and I think that's quite an interesting one because again, Cafe, it really is a map that relies on a lot of utility clearance. I like to call it the gravity fall map. You have to do that full top-down clear, whereas taking all that utility apart as you go, lots of verticality. Um, Certainly Mercenaries starting on the defense there, that could favor them. But again, Mercenaries starting on the attack on Villa, I think it is a good map for them, right, Blackjack? I think you'd agree with that
It
too.
is, yes. Yes. It is actually one of their better maps. I would say one of their best maps, all things considered. Definitely up there, tied with Chalet, as Mercenaries on Villa for years have been a force to be reckoned with. And I would say that still carries over even against GK Esports.
Mm.
Again, well, GK, I'll be honest, we haven't seen them too much on Villa, I feel like. So that is definitely like something we'll have to sort of learn and grow as we continue with that particular match. I mean, Oregon is a bit of an expected pick at the same time when you really think about it, especially once you see like Border, Bank, and Theme Park have been banned. Chalet we see every now and again, but I feel like Mercenaries have seen and learned from the mistakes of, say, like Take Charge Esports, because Take Charge were actively bringing Villa in the group stages, and it really did not work out against them. I remember they had to go all the way to overtime, which was mapped to Chalet against GK Esports. They were able to take it and then move to map 3, but map 3 was unfortunately not a great affair for Take Charge Esports, with their energy being mostly spent on Chalet. So given that overall aura of the fact that Chalet might just be the MENA region's one of their better maps, all things considered, I think that's why Mercenaries have opted not to go for that. Go back to an old favorite, as it were. Speaking of which, we're going to be starting very quickly here. Actually, right now, as the bands are going to be going live, folks, it is time as the last hope of SA takes on one of the best titans from the MENA region.
Indeedy doody! Godzilla versus King Kong. This is the stuff we like to see. Two of the best teams from both regions going head to head. The Flores drones immediately being yeeted and deleted from the server. That kind of makes sense. Again, a good little piece of kit for that full utility clear. Now you're going to have to rely on a lot of flashes, a lot of throwables to get rid of ADSs, WAMIs, and the like.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the Flores is now gone, and along with that goes the Dokkaebi. All right, now that is an interesting pick right there from the Mercenaries. Of course, Dokkaebi's logic bombs constantly giving away your cell phone information to the. Wait, no, that's a different
Mm.
thing. But it constantly gives away your position by making the defender's cell phones ping, right? And that can be a bit of a point of contention, and not to mention her passive ability or secondary ability, if you call it, where she just takes control of all defender observable utility, any kind of camera you have on the map, which makes Valkyrie, Maestro, Echo, those special types of camera operators, particularly vulnerable. They become particular liabilities for the team. So, of course, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to have to deal with it. That's why Dokkaebi gets banned. Azami, curiously enough, in all the bans we have tonight, Grace, Azami is actually the standard ban, which is a phrase I never thought I would be saying. But here we are. Azami, of course, for her portable covers that she can put up anywhere across the map, which are exceptionally useful and exceptionally versatile. She's going to get banned. And of course, the final ban, the Goyo for his Vulcan canisters.
That's it. Again, a really good piece of kit to have for that final collapse, holding back that final collapse. Again, though, with the smoke still in play, it's not going to be too bad, just relying on those toxic babes to hold off those default plants. Again, the Solus, of course, being trickled through. The Mirror as well. The Mirror actually being brought out as well. We've seen how powerful Mirror can be. I'm assuming that when it comes to that Aviator hold, they're going to kind of blow out a little bit of the right and have that Mirror facing towards the study balcony there. No, actually, it's going to be in between sites as well. So that's a bit of a curious placement for the Mirror window, in my opinion. Again, maybe just more for that hold back. Maybe they're expecting the collapse through zombie.
That they could be. These mirror window placements, at least that one in particular, does raise a few questions, but as the round progresses, we will be able to answer them to the best of our ability, of course. Interestingly enough, Hasib is bringing in the Blackbeard once again. We've been seeing this pick from Hasib a lot more recently, especially in the last match that Mercenaries played in group stages. I do believe Hasib's Blackbeard was seen quite often. That is a very interesting pick, and Blackbeard is an operator you don't really see too often either. So for Hasib to be picking that Navy SEAL brings a lot of questions with it. There are secondary EMPs involved. That's part of the reason for the pick. But I feel like Hasib also just feels a bit more comfortable with that one bullet headshot protection.
Yeah.
But of course, that will be challenged. As, of course, this operator, we all know the strat with this game. But that is neither here nor there for now. The first Selmas are being used up towards statuary.
Certainly so, and that's going to start to apply the pressure a little bit on these roamers who've had to fall back to bench just a little bit. I believe that was seriously just kind of holding back a little bit. No immediate gunfights just yet. Look at the patience on both sides right now. Ooh, well, as I say that, Hasib of all people, but swinging around the corner on that Blackbeard seriously is going to fall down. So that's a C4 off the table for the side of GEEKAY. Yeah, we did see a lot of Blackbeard use from the side of Mercenaries on this map in particular. I guess it's just, again, at the time I said maybe the EMPs are great and also the cover of your face so no headshots can come through if people are going for those pre-fires. But actually, interesting, Blackjack, it's stuff that we've seen in other national leagues as well. Recently, people bringing out that Blackbeard on different maps. Again, maybe a bit of a comfort pick, maybe they just prefer the gun, but maybe it is just to deal with the potential of pre-fire and aggressive plays.
I feel like that the third one that you said, right, the potential of pre-fire and aggressive plays is definitely a big one. Wait a minute, there's the Twitch zone that's come in, and the Mira is on the floor. Unfortunate. This is going to be a big death right there. But wait a minute, that was an impact from below. Hasham with the amazing play right there. All right, the Solus really bringing in a save for the Mira. But Trix will need to be picked up still, and Hasham's going to scramble back towards the site. Jaeger, that's an interesting place to be lying prone in. But Mantkal can only do so much as Vault has been breached. Ayan, it's that kill, is now a 4v1 in all reality, as Hasham will get one. SMG-11 strikes true. Hasib gets the cleanup on the Mira. It's down to that 1v3 now, and the plant is about to go off. Hasham's position given away. Impact grenade goes out, and Ayan takes a ton of damage off of it. And right there. That's going to be one down inside of Vault. Now it's very possible for Hasham to walk away with this. The Blackbeard's position given away. There's a Valkyrie camera in the site or something giving away that position. Gotta be careful of the shots. There you go. That's the position of the Solus now given away, but the intel is there. ITA comes in, making a line of sight. 20 seconds on the clock. Have to be quick about this. Hasib takes a shot. Can take some more. Solus approaches slowly but surely, anticipating the movement, but there's the shield in play. And Hasib will finish that round with the kill, securing it, securing round 1 for Mercenaries.
No, I think that's the thing. Hasham did a great job of trying to isolate into these 1v1s, but Mercenaries knew we can't really risk both of us pushing them just in case it kind of all falls apart. We have the timer ticking in our favor. We've got that plant down. So again, at that point, it's just a case of maybe one of you applying pressure whilst the other holds the additional angle. Patience. Patience is indeed a virtue, and moments like that really show it.
That it does, I will say. As for the time being, we're moving into round number 2. The same site once again picked by GEEKAY Esports, which means largely similar setup. There is no operator change from them, so I feel like they're gonna go for the same like overall playstyle. Well, maybe not playstyle, but the overall placement of utility, where which operator is, I feel like will largely remain the same. It'll just, what'll change is probably how certain players play certain positions. We might not see too much of an extension towards statuary this time around, given how quickly, the Valkyrie seriously was taken off the board by Hasib. So seriously may choose to play it a bit safer this time, play maybe on the first floor even with the C4. There are 2 of them. And we know that Hasham will be staying in a safe position, relatively speaking, on the first floor, taking care of utility and giving away intel like an active pulse almost in a regard. She is the Solus is definitely almost, if not more useful than the pulse in that regard, as utility can sometimes really make or break a given round.
100%, especially that early round intel for the side of the defense as well. Knowing where those drones are coming from, so you know where the entry point is going to be for the side of Mercenaries. It's really getting information on the table. Yeah, it looks like Mercenaries are taking the same approach this time, getting Statue Trophy, getting a bit of Astro, and just collapsing their way towards the south as quick as they possibly can. However, again, I'm just wondering, the drones are coming through, but there we go. Seriously, beautiful pick there onto MI7. Before it's being traded immediately back by Iron there on the Ayana.
Oh no.
This is where things start to get a bit heated. Key, beautiful pick there onto Din as Hasib falls too already. Mercenaries getting pulled apart a little bit by the side of GEEKAY. And it's going to go for the swing in. As Trixie goes for the reload, this is where things get a little bit chaotic on both sides. Taha, though, that pick onto Key, that's going to certainly lighten the load just a little bit of swing out from Pig there. It is not gonna land just yet, and the pistol whip from Ian. Beautiful stuff. The things you love to see. 2 versus 2. Half the round gone. Very scrappy thus far, Black.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you on that one. Very scrappy and very messy as well. Like, they're just, rushing to cover for any of their friendlies who've fallen. And sometimes doing it almost to their own detriment, as we have Ayan clearing out a majority of the site. Couldn't check study room, which is where I do believe Montcall is currently hiding. We have the breach coming in, and already inside the games room is the ace. Taha will likely want to go for the plan, yes, and of course the Solus is not currently watching, will come to do so now, but that is the table that Taha has just planted on. Smartly done. Montcall really contesting that one and leaving Taha just barely standing at the moment. This is still a 2v2. Prone peek is spotted. Ion falls. 1v2 now. All down to this ace. Unfortunately, not enough health to take on both. And thus, the post plant will this time go the way of GEEKAY Esports.
Team damage happening there for the Bants, I guess. This is one thing I've noticed throughout this tournament, and it's something that's a little bit of a bugbear of mine. It's the amount of kind of prone angles being held at times. And I know that's such a random point to bring up, but the issue with that is you're collapsing your hitbox into one area. So if someone's swinging around the corner for that spray and pray, And as soon as they pull down, every single part of your hitbox is basically nice and compact for them to get that little freebie, essentially. Yes, sometimes it works if you've got a really tight angle and a disgusting pixel that you're working with. That's obviously a great time to go prone. If you've got a shotgun in hand, maybe as well, that can be another opportunity where perhaps it will work a little bit more effectively for you. But if you're collapsing your hitbox in that way, sometimes it's just best to kind of go for that stood angle, or even, you know, it's the issue sometimes with crouching too. You're still minimizing your hitbox in a way that may not affect you if people are going for swings and pre-fires like that. So sometimes it can work out all right. Just relying on the fact, of course, that people aren't going to immediately land their headshot. But if you have your lineup going a bit more effectively, you can win out that engagement a little bit more. It increases the probability of you winning that out. Just a little tidbit about the technical aspect of the game, I guess. There's something I've noticed at times. Like, do you know what? I'm here for it. I love the ratty plays. I love getting prone and just being... I think we were talking about this earlier. I love playing like a rat. I understand a lot of players do too. It is a very fun way to play. It's a very effective way at times to play. But just, yeah, a little bit more sensibility. Given that we are now in playoffs, a little bit more sensibleness, I suppose. Already, though, MercenarieZ is getting stuck in. Trying to go for a little bit of this cheeky roam clear, and it is a very extended roam here. We've got players willing to kind of rotate downstairs, up, you know, red stairs and also astro stairs. We've also got some presence around 90 and games too, so this is where MercenarieZ really have to win their ones. They have to use that intel utility to drone out these roamers and start clearing up some of this map control.
Slowly but surely, and take their time on this advance. There is a defender right on the landing. Wait a minute, Taha has already fallen. That's going to be to Montcall. That's a big first kill. XKE is on the floor at the moment, but seriously, really chasing down this Blackbeard, and actually gets that. Montcall gets Din as well. All for the low cost of XKE just getting minorly inconvenienced, I guess you could say. That is unfortunate. Trying to throw a drone. Ion gets caught. And it's MI7 who's now caught in an ace club situation. Gets one. Has to be so careful about everybody approaching their position. There is a Legion currently watching that same door that the Nomad is trying to get in through. Beautiful shot, triple kill. Recovers the diffuser as well. Doing a lot of work right now. Seriously, he's on the floor. Wait a minute. 1v1. MI7 will clean up. There you go. Quad kill now. And the Mute has to rush back to site. Now a 3 armor, mind you, so the Mute is slower than before. Has to be a bit quieter on this entry as well. Slowly but surely, MI7 will need to set up a solo push into one of these sites, both of which can be handled by Trixt, given the right circumstances. Where does MI7 choose to go here? Flashbang is out. Blind Mute hiding right now. Shots fired. MI7 now knows. Gotta be so careful about the C4's coming. Will it blow up? Yes, it does, but it doesn't get MI7. Now the damage is done to the Mute. All right, this is a heart-stopping situation. Oh! What a shot across the balcony! Are you kidding me, Trixt? Oh, beautiful.
That could have been an ace. That could have been an ace. Close, but no cigar. Again, using the air jabs. It's, of course, the right thing to do in that situation. It's just this idea of like, okay, I need to kind of take a gamble here where they might be lurking. Do I try and go for this plant and stick it? No, ideally, I need to try and get this kill under my table because this is a 1 versus 1. And I know they're lurking on site somewhere. I have to contest them there. Again, the tight angles that can happen around Trophy can be really annoying to go up against. But there we go. GEEKAY getting their second round on that defense. They're going to go down to Kitchen. And here is that pulse. It's such a classic with this Kitchen site, not just for the idea of, you know, those C4s going flying up towards the floorboards above you and getting you some nice little freebies on that verti. It's also the idea of when you see that approach initially coming from the attackers, you can feed all of that information back to your teammates based on that external pressure, and you can tell them yet again where exactly they are coming from.
And that is such a big help as well to all your fellow defenders, especially the roamers, who are basically the front line of defense, right? Against the attackers in this situation. So for MRCZ, this is going to be one big point of contention. They did have the IQ in the last round as well for the Solus, for the Valkyrie, but we saw, unfortunately, that round 3, that is not really played the way I think MRCZ were expecting, or any of us for that matter, as they just sort of collapsed right at the beginning. This time, they will need to hold themselves a little bit more, at least for longer as well. Keep themselves alive for as long as possible and get this roam clear done in a clean manner. That's a nice hiding spot that Hashom was sitting in, the Legion that is. Was droned out, so position given away, has to abandon, unfortunately. But it's all in the name of wasting time and taking kills. GK's roamers have been very good at that, and this Kaid on top of Astra, again, a power position to be in for sure, but a position that also, of course, works two ways, is that peek from bathroom can be quite tricky to deal with for defenders.
100%. Oh, little one tap there from Hashom as he pulls down. MI7 falls too. The C4 from Seriously. Again, that information being thrown out by Key, probably doing the world of good for GEEKAY right now. They do still have 2 C4s in pocket too. So again, this is where MercenarieZ really need to mine at their feet. Taha, beautiful pick that onto Hashom. As Montkel starts to apply that pressure, they have to pull back to Memorial. Quiet before the storm. A 3 versus 4. And again, just MercenarieZ a little bit concerned about the potential of a flank here, but they need to be mindful of the time. They need to start setting up for the collapse that they want to do.
The clock is ticking. Breach charges are going to be going on the floor. One already has, of course, but they are watching for flanks, and they have to be careful of 2 more C4s that could come their way. I'm sure they know of the pulse already, but there is a mute as well. And there you go. 1 C4 has been pre-placed and used up, I think, maybe? I'm not sure if that explosion was a breach charge or a C4, but for now, it's gotta hold it down. Again, pings will be coming, and these attackers cannot afford to stay still for too long. Look at that, XKE holding that C4 trigger in the pocket. Just the patience to make a play like this. But Ion's position is currently given away. Be careful. XKE himself will peek. That's 1 more down. 2v4. As MRCZ are in a very precarious spot right now.
Certainly so. Again, this is ideally where they need to try and go for a duo push. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, but dropping down the hatch is going to give that audio cue to Mancal, and here we go. Mancal getting tagged up to spray and pray around the corner by Taha, but there we go. Cade trade it back. Secure that round for their team. A pretty unfortunate one there for MercenarieZ. Again, I just think that those initial picks really not going in the favor. Is Hashom eating?
I think, yeah.
We stand a man that can multitask. It's fine.
Absolutely, yes.
This is it though. Is again MercenarieZ kind of struggling a little bit just in getting that clearance. And again, if the players start to fall down, you know, it was a free VX at that point, and it was like, okay, this is where we just maybe focus the site a bit more. I think Din was very concerned about a flank coming through. That's when you maybe try and throw out one of those drones. Get your 2 deceased teammates to keep their eye on that, so you don't have to hold it. You don't have to waste that time. You can approach that site more with the rest of you and start to work out, okay, we're going at a slight player disadvantage here, but what utility do we have in pocket that can aid us? How are we going to set up to go for the safest collapse possible?
That is, I think, that that point that you just raised, right, about, you know, having your dead teammates do the watching, right, yeah, with 2 drones and all that for you, and worrying about setting up for the site, worrying about getting into the site or close to the site, picking off defenders wherever possible. That's something I feel like MRCZ, you know, will probably be focusing on in this round. Maybe not as a whole team. Like, of course, there'll be roam clears and there'll be, you know, lurk clears and breaches and so on and so forth. But this time around, I feel like MRCZ could probably benefit a lot from changing up their playstyle as and when required. Now, seriously, of course, with the pre-placed Nitro cell, keeping it on the ceiling of, of kitchen as required. Drone is spotted, taken care of, but seriously also should be careful down here in the first floor. Sometimes it can become a bit of a kill box, as Hasham will give away the position of somebody on their phones. What you looking at over there? Social media? Hopefully not in the middle of an operation. But for now, Ion falling into first floor, but the call out is there. Well, Trixt is there actually, the Kaid, with the TCSG no less, and walks away with a pretty comfortable first kill.
100%. That Nook being taken away as well, that's going to take away that additional angle of sneaky pressure that Mercenaries could have used when it gets to the middle of this round. So that is a significant kill for GEEKAY to pick up on. Okay, taking down Taha as well. That's the hard breach off the board, Blackjack. That's going to make things a lot more difficult now. They have to go for these tighter choke points. It's certainly, ooh, the spray and pray of the SMG-11.
Okay,
taking out Din. And already this is falling apart for the side of Mercenaries. Hasib does get the down, though, onto Trixvid. That's a good start. Again, trying to bait into these 1v1s, maybe the play here. I think they're aware of a player lurking around bike there as well. I believe that may indeed be seriously. Can they land this shot for tags? Yes, they can. They can finish it off. But again, in a 1vx, and Key is going to finish things off. Goodness me. GEEKAY are taking no prisoners right now.
Oh, yeah. They have come in fully intending to win this and just steamroll whoever is, in their way. Second place in the Saudi E-League, looking for first place now in the TEC Invitational. And that is something, of course, that MRCZ have to be exceptionally wary of. Again, we've made it a point to say this time and time again. GK Esports are no slouches, sure, MRCC have taken on Nobles, they've taken on 25 Esports, who are very, very strong teams in their own right. But GK, I feel like, is proving here tonight that they are a completely different beast at this moment, that MRCZ is having a lot of trouble taming at the time being, because GK just have full freedom on the map. You see the way they're moving, you see the way they're rotating and communicating. They just, the way that they're playing, it does not seem like they feel restricted at all, right? MRCZ is unable to apply any sort of pressure on them, be it through intel, be it through utility, be it through clearance. They are just not able to get it done or get it even started in the case of some rounds, right? Which then becomes its own problem, because MRCZ feel like they're, sort of retreating back into a passive mindset of going through the motions of what they know, trying to apply pressure, but if it doesn't work, then they feel lost and they feel directionless, which is feeding into this huge problem that they're having at the moment, because they are 4-1 down, which is a stark contrast to the Mercenaries we saw right at the beginning of round 1. But Taha spraying right through that wall, catches Montcall. That's a huge one. Shots fired, seriously, from across the building, from a different door nonetheless. We'll try, as Z finds one Ayan to fall, but Taha gets another one. Everybody's falling. It's a full frag fest right now, as Trix gets Taha down and off the board. It's a 2v3, mind you, down to Seriously and Trixed.
This is it. Seriously, and Trix, they can be a little bit too hyper-aggressive at times, so let's see if they can be a bit more patient this time. They do have the player disadvantage here, so again, they have to isolate into these 1v1s as best they can, while still trying to roughly play for these trades. I think Seriously is aware of the potential collapse now into Astro. There we go, the crossfire potentially. There we go, Trix is playing very, very close indeed. Just need to be mindful of the window in a bedroom. Din taking out Seriously though. That's going to lighten the load. A 3v1, and Mercenaries can just swarm towards him now and try and collect their ones. Getting tagged up a little bit, but Hasib can finish things off. Mercenaries winning that last attacking round. Again, what I was going to talk about before as well was, this is Villa. It is the largest map in the map pool. And because of that, if people are doing a pretty hyper-aggressive extended roam where they are willing to constantly move, reposition, go for these flanks, etc., it can get very difficult. You need to have things on board. You need to have those drones in perfect placement to watch for those flanks. The flank drones need to be absolutely on point. I think what went well that time for Mercenaries was that they actually went a bit more direct. They took advantage of the fact that perhaps they were all being a bit too fruity with it, I'll say, and they were able to land those shots from the get-go. That was that first shot was so nasty that came through, so nasty. But again, that's going to leave them on a 2-4 attacking split. Now they're going on the more favorable defensive half. This is where my curiosity starts to be like, again, how will they play this? Will they go for these extensions? And if they do, will they play around those duos? Ideally on Villa, you want to remain pretty close to a duo on that roam, just so those trades can come through as well. It's such a difficult map really on both sides. Because again, you really need to be mindful of the trades, of the timer in particular, especially if you're on that attacking half.
Attackers are moving out to locate
That's the
a
thing
bomb
about
and
Villa,
defuse
isn't
it.
it? There's so much to do, even when the defenders don't have too much utility, right? Say they pick a largely denial type of situation with a Wamai and a Jaeger and some deployable shields and so on and so forth. Even just to get to the point where you can clear out what's in the site, you have to deal with so many other things like soft walls and open or closed angles and opening up walls and sometimes getting a hatch or two if you feel like that needs to be watched, spending time on stairs and then getting close to the map. And that's all without even mentioning the roamers and their relative strength in terms of wasting time and resources. That is already so much, and we're nowhere close to the site. That can really, really get inside of an attacker's head and really make them feel like they've done nothing across the map, which then just adds to that frustration, adds to that feeling of urgency. But my goodness, if you're gonna get shots like that, then what even is a sense of urgency in this moment? As a little bit of damage has been done to Hasham, but alright, gonna just fall right in. But never mind, MI7 is there to take the trade. A little bit overeager there, Hasham, unfortunately will fall by the wayside. That is gonna be the first kill for both Taha and Hasham to fall.
100%. One.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I think GEEKAY really taking their time with this and going for that utility, but as we see here, Ayan being currently very flashed up. Ooh, a little bit of a self-flash there by Seriously. That's going to be a little bit costly to the old time. Again, they had maybe a little bit of an entry point there, but it just went a little bit squiffy. Selmas are going to go out. I'm wondering if they're held back by a mute jammer. I think they actually might be.
I think they are, yeah.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
This is where you want to kind of go
Meanwhile-
underneath, go for that nade. I think we did see one of them actually prepping that nade underneath, so maybe that has indeed got rid of the mute jammer. Actually, it may have just been used for MI7, so things are already getting very chaotic on both sides. GEEKAY need to keep removing this utility and try and get some of these walls open. Well, as I say, that K has actually fallen down, so never mind.
Unfortunate as it were, Modcall just peeks top of the stairs and gets one, and Ayan will fall. However, Hasib comes around, gets the lion. That's Trixed off the board now, 3v2, and no breach. That Selma is still currently on the wall and just sitting there. Oh, what a peek by MI7 right by the pool table. Hasib, however, getting a bit too antsy on the push out towards study room. Seriously has got to try this and will get into the site. Pushing into vault as well, sees the cap can't quite get the shot, as both defenders are now trying to get rid of this Nomad from inside of the vault, as it is now a 1v2, mind you. Seriously has to do something about this, doesn't quite see the cap can, still gets the kill nonetheless, but misses the smoke on the blind spot of the scope right there, I feel like. And Hasib will walk away with that final kill. A good one, a decent round, I would say, for the Mercenaries. It wasn't all clean. It was very messy, especially after they got to that 4v3 situation. They just lost a few bodies to some unfortunate decision-making and maybe some coincidental siege timing, I call it. But it is what it is. They are now one round away from an equalizer, though. That is going to be huge for them. They need this round. 4-4 will be a big boost to their morale.
Oh, 100%. If they can bring this to even Stevens, they're going to feel so much more comfortable. Might even see a bit of aggression start to trickle through from them. Again, GEEKAY, they were doing a really good job of clearing out a lot of that utility. It's just, yeah, a few little mistakes that really cost them a little bit of that round, a little bit of that clearance. As you say, those kills started flurrying through. Pogmat's coming out though. Are we surprised at this point? We've seen how aggressive GEEKAY can get. You can catch him a little bit off guard with those traps again, especially standard trap utility on Villa like those frost mats. That's where things start to get not only very decent in terms of getting your kills on the table, but also very entertaining for us viewers at home.
Oh yes. I, for one, absolutely love whenever a frost mat goes off and we just get to yell Pogmat. You know?
Yeah.
Pogmat is, when you really think about it, Pogmat is just the new interrogation, right? Because nobody plays Caveira anymore, right? Which is in and of itself a whole thing. But I still love the whole Pogman thing. I love that it's happened, and I love that we get to say it. Almost on the regular as well, given how frequently Frost Traps seem to go off these days. Speaking of changes in lineups, we've got a Jackal coming in from Trickster this time. Again, leaning into that roam clear a little bit more heavily this time around, it seems. GK are going to be intent on that, and Hasib has to be careful. Otherwise, he might just find himself on the receiving end of some of that clearance.
100%. That Jackal being brought to the table also brings smokes too, so if they do want a little bit of cover for that final collapse, it's going to be a little bit safer. We see one smoke being used already, though, as Taha gets taken out by Seriously. There we go. There's that trade from MercenarieZ. MI7. Beautiful shot there onto the Thatcher player. That's going to get rid of all those EMPs. No more even secondary EMPs left in the pockets of GEEKAY. They have to go for the utility burn using those nades now. That's going to be very, very difficult, especially when you've got high progression from MercenarieZ swinging out of these doorways like there's no tomorrow.
Absolutely. MercenarieZ are just looking for the next victim, looking for the next person to just absolutely swing on and take off the board. But GK, in result, they seem to have reeled themselves in a little bit. It is a 4v4, mind you, even Stevens for the time being. But as I say that, XKE finds one, and that's a Seeb off the board. Then as well, getting very low on health as you have the flashbangs coming in. And XKE with a beautiful push. Oh my goodness, just a complete collapse right there. The bathroom push from the Hibana combined with the Jackal coming around 90. Unfortunately, with some missed shots, it seems, from the MercenarieZ side of things. Beautifully played there, though. They knew they couldn't go for the breach without any EMPs, so they decided to circumvent it by going through the hallways, going through any sort of rooms that could get them closer to the site, burn whatever utility they can, and try and just get their way in, using some of the old razzle-dazzle, as it were. Now then, we're going to be moving on to... moving into round number 9, which will see us go down to the first floor.
100%. I only want to say as well, K, they're on the support role for GEEKAY. They're on a 1.37, roughly 1.38 KPR already. Again, as a support player, that is a very good backbone to have in your pocket. That support role where if they need to gun out, they certainly can. So hats off to K there for having the statty boys like that.
I mean, it certainly helps, I'll tell you what. It's really nice, isn't it, that when your support can just... The best kind of support, right, is just the support that goes and just does all the things, you know? Gets the breach done, gets the utility burn finished, you know, takes care of all of your enemies and, you know,
makes
puts them off the mortal plane,
like...
makes some tea, you know, drops the kids at school, all the like, you know?
No, 100%. That's it. That's what you want. That's what you want as your backbone. That's 100% what you want as your backbone. But we're seeing a similar thing, really. You know, MI7 on that profile, 9 kills already for the side of MercenarieZ as well. So those two really putting in a shift for both sides so far. See, probably a little bit concerned. We've seen this before, actually, but I think it was actually... I swear it was MercenarieZ who did this. No, it wasn't MercenarieZ. I'm trying to think which team it was. I'll come back to this point. Seriously, taking out Ian. So that's that Solus utility already taken away for the side of MercenarieZ, and that's going to be whopper the side of GEEKAY because they can keep their drones a little bit safer now. And again, some of this electronic utility, especially on that IQ, it can't be caught out as easily by Ian anymore.
That will, of course, be a big boon for the side of GK. Oh, dear me. Seriously. That was vicious right there. The way MI7 went tumbling to the floor. Now that leaves things in a 3v5 once again. Then just about falling back to sight, as Seriously was just a second ago watching this laundry drop down and door. But defenders are currently safe. Drones are giving away their position respectively as Seriously is taking a ton of damage. There comes the Hibana. XKE is just really pushing in right now. Through the flashes goes in. Montkal was the one to find Taha. There goes Din as his drum comes around. But here's a... Okay, kill from across the grave. Hasib's E1D will claim 1 life. That's Seriously the Buck who started all of this. Now on the floor, Trix will be able to give away the position of the Capcan as shots, so many shots are fired. Trix is in a pogmat and Hasib is in a bit of a sticky situation, backed into a corner as a grenade comes off and it will claim his life. GK are not slowing down, even if the rounds are scrappy, even if they are a little clumsy sometimes. They may stumble, but they do not fall. They continue to walk the path. They are now on match point.
Match point indeed. Very unfortunate given this is MercenarieZ map pick as well. But again, starting on that more preferable side, GEEKAY were the ones who started on that defense. They're the ones who had a majority of all that power for the first 6 rounds of this map. And also, again, the fact that, MercenarieZ were able to get 2 rounds, but they're struggling a little bit on this defense, again, just because of the high progression that we were expecting it, to be honest, from GEEKAY. But I think MercenarieZ needs to just pull back a little bit, batten down the hatches, so to speak, and just hold these crossfires and let GEEKAY make those mistakes. Let GEEKAY fall into these crossfires. Less solo pushes from the get-go. MercenarieZ timeout, though, which I guess, we did expect that would probably happen around here. Ideally, maybe it should have come a little bit sooner, though, just giving a little bit of a chitty chat as to how to approach this. Again, really what I think they should do here is to try and just hold back a little bit. And if you are going for these aggressive roam pushes, play around those duos, kind of use a similar vibe to what GEEKAY themselves were doing on their defense, these big extended holds, but it's very safe. You're holding these crossfires, you're battening down the hatches, you're staying firm in where you are, and you're letting them have to use all that utility or burning out all that utility. So when it comes to that final collapse, they don't really have anything left in pocket that can be useful.
That could certainly be something that they just really, really invest into, right? The traps, to a certain extent, have been doing some level of work, I would say. But even then, I feel like it's not quite the direction that they should be going, right? They tried the Solus in the last round. Unfortunately, of course, we saw Ion fall way too early for the Solus to be of too much use in the given round. But that's something I feel like they can try again. They can bring in more denial. Wamai and Jaeger, I feel like we could see some. If they're feeling really, really brave about it, they could even bring in a castle should they feel like it. But I feel like castle might be a bit too far ahead in terms of what can and can't happen. They could try a Rooney, anything that soaks up utility, right? Sure, you can't get rid of Buck's utility. That's just something that is there, and you'll just have to deal with. Wait, is that? It's too early to, really make a call on that one. But Hasham on the Kali. There we go. Immediate switch out. I was gonna say, there's no way a Kali pick sticks through. Not in today's day and age.
Yeah, that would be a bit strange. Yeah, that would be a bit strange, not gonna lie. Thankfully, we are seeing Hasham go back onto that Nook. So again, this is where we expect those additional angles of offense to come through. It's this idea that Hasham can go up a sneaky angle somewhere else, maybe go for a little bit of a flank to start to clear out some of these roamers. So seriously there, of course, on the Buck, the Skeleton Key can do wonders when it comes to verticality of this map. So I'm expecting a heavy push around this library for the side of GEEKAY potentially, just on the basis that they are bringing that Buck to the table. They do, of course, have a lot of nades in pocket too, so it might be a little bit of the old, okay, we'll just play the full verti game right now, and then eventually there'll be enough breathing room for Key to open up some of these walls into sight.
I guess we'll have to just wait and find out about this one. We do have that deployable shield then with the alibi. We've got the Thunderbird as well, which will free up some of the lurkers and players close to site, because they can just, if they get the clearance through, they'll be able to fall back into the site, get healed. It's gunfight, but a minute. Aha, found seriously, but Hasham actually was the one to get in, and that is the Nook to get the first kill of the round, which is a big one, all things considered. That is their alibi gone. Then having a bit of a quiet map, all things considered. 1 and 8 so far into what is now the 10th round of this engagement. Hasham lurking around this first floor, really looking for 1, maybe 2. I mean, they've already gotten 1. They're looking for a second, potentially a third as well. Main stairs, that Capcan has to be so careful right now. There's going to be 2 players, I feel like, approaching the stairs, as has been the norm for GEEKAY Esports, approaching in duos, in pairs, sometimes even in groups, wherever they can. As the pinks come off, and Hasham once again activating the silent step, excuse me, and pushing ahead as the line takes a bit of damage. Has to be careful. Multiple defender pings inside the site, but that is, of course, currently inconsequential. As for now, oh, what a shot. Montcall gets 1, gets 2. Wait a minute. No collapse. Mercenaries, you have to hold yourselves back.
It's a bit awkward right now because Taha is all the way in no man's land as well. I get they're trying to play it for the long game, but now there's nobody on site. This site is completely uncontested. GEEKAY can just basically penguin waddle into site if they want to right now. Not a care in the world. Taha desperately looking to go for the retake, but again, look at this. The planet's going down. All this pressure completely alleviated from the side of GEEKAY. There's at least one though on the Trixid. Can they get the second? Only time will tell. They are aware of the players hanging around the aviator. The plant has come off as well. There we go. Kay drops the diffuser and also gets yeeted and deleted from the server. But look at this Hashom playing with his food a little bit, just looking at him like, okay, I'm about to shut this down. Well done. You tried. Close but no cigar. GEEKAY coming through. The first map really going in their favor. Then an unfortunate one for MercenarieZ as well, given, that was their map pick. A 7-3 defeat is going to be a little bit, that's going to be hurting Blackjack.
Oh, yes. That will absolutely sting for them, for MRCZ to be specific, of course. As even if they did still lose, but say it was like an overtime 8-6, 8-7, I feel like it would still sting less, as they would still be able to say that, yeah, we really put up an effort. We made them fight for this win, but it's a 3-7, which is a very, very, like, it's a wide score. It's a wide difference, so to speak, between the two teams. And not something that MRCZ will be too proud of. Again, they had high hopes and a lot of momentum going into this top four, but unfortunately, not quite being able to carry that through into this matchup. With that said, Villa will conclude, and GK Esports have taken their opponent's map pick in a 7-3 near dominant fashion, I would say. And I still say near dominant because the rounds that MRCZ won, they really looked good in. And there was always that chance, but they always kept falling just that little bit short in some way or the other. Their utility, their clearance, their roam, something kept falling short, and they would inevitably, unfortunately, lose these rounds.
I think the thing is too, obviously MercenarieZ, they're going to go into Oregon. GEEKAY will be starting on the attack there. It's not as large as Villa. There's less space to work with. They can just kind of go through the motions, their checklist of clearing that. But again, MercenarieZ on that defensive half, they're going to have a lot more of a safer option there, Blackjack. So maybe that will work out better for them.
I do hope for their sake it does, because again, they will need that. They're going to need any leg up that they can get going into Oregon against GK, because GK is out for blood tonight. There's no two ways about it. They are fishing for the win, and so far they're 1 out of 3 strikes. And I say 3 if potentially we go to number 3, but after Villa, is it really a possibility? The chances have definitely diminished, I'll tell you that much. But
This is
Oregon,
it.
yeah.
It's kind of, GEEKAY, they are terrifying, let's be honest. Like, GEEKAY are a terrifying
yeah.
roster. They're a terrifying team. They're difficult to go against, I think, because they can time their aggression really well. And I think the best way to deal with aggression, as I say, is just hold more crossfires as duos. Again, let's have a look, though, at the statistics for that first map, because that's going to give us more of an idea, especially when it came to that all-important trade game. There we are. This perfectly actually shows it. On the side of GEEKAY, you've got Trixid and Seriously at the bottom there, but they're still not at least for 60%. That's the bare minimum you need to be on for it to be, okay, you're doing okay, you're doing good, you're doing your job. Then it goes 80, 70% on that cost for Mantkal, Hashom, and Kay. That means that not only were those kills coming through, most likely there were immediate trades. And we did see that constantly. The kill feed lighting up, those trades coming through, they're the most important kills for you to get on the table. Because yes, someone might fall, it might be someone important, but as long as you're lightening the load for the rest of your team, you're making sure that your opponent has less players too. You're making sure that you're not, losing lives unnecessarily. You're not trying to go for these multiple solo pushes. Again, GEEKAY, especially on those attacks, they know to go more for the kind of vertical approach as best they can to try and just alleviate some of that pressure from the defense. Whereas MercenarieZ, again, the costs are much, much lower. Even on the players that, Taha, MI7, Hasib, they're all on 9 kills each, but the cost wasn't hitting that 60% Blackjack.
It really wasn't, yeah. And it just goes to show how how much how little, I should say, their presence was on the map, even on the side of the defense, where you would expect their cost percentages to be higher, right? Given that defenders' utility, most of it being sort of passive in nature, just kind of does things, right? In terms of their clearance, in terms of their whatever have you, denial. But tonight, even that was just not enough because the presence across the map was just not there for them. They simply could not keep up. And after a point, they would just fall apart as the pressure really pushed past a breaking point for MRCZ. It is what it is, as they say. They will simply have to cut their losses and move on, as we will be as well going into map number 2, which is Oregon, and it is GK Esports' pick. But before that, we're going to be taking a very short break. Stay tuned.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Say something, something. 'Cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? It's like we're fighting. Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause where am I fighting for? I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. We're your hosts, Blackjack and Grace, as we are back once again. We just had map number 1 between these two titans of the South Asian and MENA regions, of course, them being MercenarieZ and GEEKAY Esports. Map 1, unfortunately, was a little bit one-sided. I think we can agree on that one, 7-3. To GEEKAY. We're going to be moving into map number 2, which is GEEKAY's pick. It is Oregon. So let's not waste too much time. Let's get into it in just a short moment here. There you go. What are we thinking, Grace? After the 7-3, what do you think MRCZ's mental game will be in this map?
Ideally, hopefully, they've had a little bit of a refresh. They've got some water. They've grounded themselves. They're ready to bring it back on this second map. Again, yeah, it didn't go that great for them when it came to Villa. That was their map pick. Oregon is a very even Stevens playing field. You can really take the fight on both sides if you bring the right utility and you have the right duo work. Again, Mercenary starting on the defense. They have the slight advantage here and starting things off with a Dokkaebi ban as well. It's already indicating to me a little bit of maybe some flanky roamy presence from the side of MercenarieZ. The OSA being banned as well. Something we are seeing more and more as time goes on. Again, the shield utility would be so useful against things like Solus, but also for that final execute, just a bit of extra cover. And again, we've seen players use it a lot just to give a little bit of a kind of defensive standpoint to start to get this map control as well. So not too surprising. The Vulcans being taken away as we see the Goyo ban as well. Again, really useful for that final execute for the defense. So that being taken away by GEEKAY means that potentially their executes will be a lot safer. And of course, the new classic, the Azami ban coming through. It's kind of standard bans for how this tournament's been so far, to be honest, Blackjack.
It is, when you really think about it, right? OSA, Dokkaebi, Azami, they've really become standard in the Invitational so far. And I would even say that Goyo is up there with them in the same regard, because we see a lot of Goyo bans, especially towards the final, I would say, 3 days of group stage. We had a lot of Goyo bans. Practically every map, Goyo was banned in some way, shape, or form, or at least every other map. You know, if you want to be if I want to be a bit more conservative about it. But even then, it's been there, and it's been a big part in what's made all of these rounds so much more based on utility. Well, other types of utility, I would say, not shields or not, Goyo's Vulcans, for instance, which could be such a massive time waster. But without having them, you then start relying on things like smoke, or maybe even Azami as well, if you can keep the gates up for long enough. Frost and my Jaeger start coming back. So we're actually seeing 4 of the operators that is just mentioned in that defensive lineup from MercenarieZ. You have Taha with the Prismas, of course, giving away any sort of intel possible, because of course those holograms can be a bit deceptive, especially in a bit of a rush situation where you have to do a certain thing in a room and you just see the hologram, you don't really process it, and you just shoot it. That gives away your position as an attacker. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the attacker lineup. Overall, nothing too different compared to what we see normally on Oregon Attack. I am surprised at the lack of a Thatcher here, and there is no secondary EMP either, so there's going to be grenades from below. That'll be their main way of clearing any utility that's blocking the walls, but there isn't any of that either. So it'll be a bit more straightforward, I feel like, this time around. That's the first grenade from Montcall, only to miss this time around. The position is going to be given at least slightly away that, hey, somebody, particularly Aniana, is trying and fishing for grenade kills.
There we go. Hashem taking out Din as well. I believe those Selmas have opened up part of that game's wall as well. Hasibro trades it back onto Hashem almost instantaneously. So already the trades coming through on both sides. Things you do like to see. Beautiful pick there by Iron, but again, the trade almost instantaneously from GEEKAY.
I think Montcall actually managed to trade that kill. Yeah, that was a 1-to-1 trade. So keeping up the body count in this neutral position and swinging it towards the attacker's favor as they continue to inch closer and closer into the site now. Interesting position that Taha's taken it right on the balcony. Has to be very quiet about this. K will watch this corner on entry. Try to at the very least. And is going to peek that. Oh no, Taha losing focus on that door for just a moment. Looking away, only to fall by the wayside. It is now down to these final two, MI7 and Hasib. One of the core duos of South Asia. One of whom will fall. Hasib now in a 1v3 with this Frost, who, mind you, the gun has been nerfed very recently as of this patch. But it won't matter. Seriously, will come in and just finish the job without much fight back. And MercenarieZ, unfortunately, losing round number 1. And again, in not too good fashion either.
It's the thing that I think, you know, Seriously and Key did a really good job of kind of working together there. You know, the air jab to kind of almost distract the alibi as the swing came through from Key. Those kind of duo plays that you really like to see from GEEKAY, and it's what we kind of want to see a little bit more from MercenarieZ, because it really does take you to that additional edge when you're trying to get more of that balance, more of that control in your favor. We are going to go back down to basement though. Good old basement. Again, I'm assuming the classic shield setup in blue elbow will be here. You know, we've got the ADSs on the table. We've got the smoke of the shotgun. There we go. There's that shield. The mute jammers as well, just to deny some intel and also help protect some of these walls. Again, this is where we also expect one of those reinforcements to be left in pocket too. So again, pretty standard setup coming through from MercenarieZ. They're playing it safe. They're playing it a little bit bread and butter, but it is a bread and butter map. So again, this just allows them to be a bit safer and also really just focus a little bit more on these duo plays, these crossfires, and these trades.
Safety is the name of the game for now. Play the things that you know, play with what you know and how you know it, and keep trying, keep chipping away to see if you eventually have a breakthrough. As for GEEKAY Esports, again, not too much different from what you normally expect on Oregon. We've got the Thatcher in this time, Trix bringing in the EMP softballs, as it were. And you have the Flores as well, of course. Flores is another band that we see on Oregon every other time or so. I don't feel like that gunfight was a good option right there for Taha. Although, not much that the Wamai could realistically do there. The other hallway window in the Shars corridor was already, you know, being watched by the Nomad. Actually, not the Nomad, but Montcall, the Flores. And the Nomad was watching the other window down White Stairs. So just so much happening. There's a Gemini going in, potentially towards the Jaeger's position. Hasham will give away that information. Montcall looking to now peek, take out the Jaeger, potentially speaking, or at least play it safely. Maybe drone themselves in. As in the meanwhile, yeah, it looks like Ayan is going to choose to fall back. But wait, Hasib's shotgun finds its mark. And that is going to be tricked to go down the Thatcher of the board. That is a huge, huge take right there.
100%. X-Kyle's going out to open up the laundry hatch as well as Seriously starts to apply pressure down this doorway. Edjab going out just to protect against any potential swings that can occur. They're aware that there might be some utility around the freezer. Seriously actually taking a lot of damage from somewhere there. Again, it looks like GEEKAY are trying to set up here for the collapse, but again, I don't think all of them are quite in position just yet. So, you know, a little bit of holding on is needed here by Seriously as Key desperately trying to maintain this pressure on this freezer area. So I think starts to get a little bit scrappy on the side of GEEKAY. Ooh, beautiful shot there as MI7. They're the ones that are going to shut down that approach through freezers. That's at least one of the dimensions to this approach being taken out. GEEKAY fully split up now. They were going for kind of five-pronged attack there. Very unusual, but again, this means they can be pinched out a little bit easier. The Toxic Babe's going out too. That's really going to delay that one dimension to this push by Mantkal. Sashrom is holding back to those tower stairs, but again, the collapse needs to come through soon. 30 seconds or so on the clock. A beautiful C4 there is going to deal with Hashom, and seriously gets immediately taken out by Din as well. That's at least a 2k to clean this up, and everyone knows where Mantkal is. 25 seconds, but what can he do?
I feel like Montcal's has found themselves in a bit of a situation, bit of a pickle, as some would say, as the Flores can only do so much, taking a few shots towards the peaks coming his way. MI7 and Aeon taking damage as a result, but Montcal is more than happy to give the team these final few seconds to talk about what went wrong in this particular round. Aeon cleans up the kill right at the last moment, and MercenarieZ, in a much needed turn of events, will take around, not just that, but take around in pretty good fashion, I would say. Other than Taha being caught in a bit of a catch-22 earlier, there was no issues, it seemed, from their end. They played that round very well, all things considered. They did what they could. They isolated gunfights wherever possible, and those C4 picks definitely did a lot of heavy lifting in that round.
100%. Amaru being teased here by Hashom, though, that's going to be an interesting one. Again, especially if that switch has happened after they've cooked its kids and bunk. This indicates to me that either Hashom is going to apply that immediate pressure to the top of Big Tower, or there's going to be a slow burn where the rest of them get in position. And then as they go for that final execute, Hashom is going to come up through Kid's window. We'll see what actually happens with that. But again, a nice bit of kit to see. Usually a classic strategy to go with it. Let's see if they go El Clasico with it, or if they try something a little bit different, a little bit more creative here. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with that. The sledge coming out too. Interesting pick for me personally. Again, the verticality that you'd get with that sledgehammer compared to a buck. Surely you'd want to go underneath more. There's not really any room above these sites, so it's an interesting one for me personally. Maybe just for a bit of soft clear. There we go, Hashom already though, taking MI7 clean out of the server. That's already opened up a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, Hashom has indeed gone to Big Tower as well, so this attic pressure is already being applied, Blackjack.
And that is going to be a lot of pressure to deal with. They've lost the Wamai once again. Those magnets that would have stayed in pocket otherwise, no longer. Using the secondary hard breach utility to make another hole in the floor on top of tower. Interesting decision making there. Maybe somebody else will go and watch that just in case a flank comes through the attic. Taha taking a ridiculous amount of damage there. That might have been a grenade from below. Shots fired, as it seems this alibi is not weary at all. Hasib finds the mark on one. That's tricked off the board. The sledge gone. Has to be so careful about the gunfight that, they choose to go for. And we heard the Gara hook again from Hashom, but where was it? I feel like it might have just been either onto the roof or onto the balcony, whatever have you. As the push in the bedroom is coming in, Taha is just waiting for somebody to vault the breach, take care of the Surya gate, as it were, and vault in. But no dice for now. Hasib as well, so low on HP. Both of those defenders have been on the front lines so far, but now it's going to have to also fall on Din and Aeon to pick up the pace a little bit. There's going to be a collapse through that trophy door into the main side. Shots fired. Hasib now knows that there's somebody inside a tower, and that's Hashom this time around, coming in through the attic, trying to apply even more pressure wherever possible. Taha still in this powerful position, looking for a kill. Will find one. That's seriously off the board. And looks like Taha once more trying to peek out the main door as well into trophy. It's taken out. Montcal trades it back. 3v3 as the Amaru inside of attic has been a real nuisance. Hashom has pushed up very, very close. Shots fired again. Hasib is doing double duty, peeking towards breach, peeking towards attic. How much will this relay? How much will this work? As the push has once again halted in its tracks. Shots fired again. That's Hashom with one. Ayan taking a ton of damage right now. Bedroom is about to be enforced and taken over as it's all now up to Din. Position given away. Rotates out. Finds one, but Montcal comes around. Cleans it up. And GK win their second.
I'm going to be really honest. That was a very strange round from GK.
It was, wasn't it?
Lots of unusual things. I think I was mostly distracted by the Amaru. There was a lot of zipping around here, there, and everywhere. And I was like, okay, I get you applying pressure from this area. I guess that's your main job here. That's what I'm going to assume. It's just almost like funny in a way to just hear that hook going off in the background, and then you just next thing you know, they're back up at the top of Big Tower, and you're like, okay, yeah. Again, but Attic is important to try and apply pressure too. And eventually, GEEKAY, they did decide to get a little bit bolshy with it and just make that final collapse happen. Go for the jugular, so to speak. Again, for MercenarieZ, it's a case of, you know, they're playing this very bread and butter, but they need to fall into that more. And I think maybe timing the aggression at parts would be a bit more helpful. Playing in these duo swings as well could certainly be a benefit, especially if you're able to potentially get the information you need to work out if, you know, one of GEEKAY is isolated. Maybe try and take advantage of that. Maybe we need a little bit more information on the board. Granted, we do have the bulletproof on MI7, but again, I think that's more to probably maybe cover a bit of area on site, or maybe even an approach to the site. It would be interesting to see them, you know, Valkyrie is in play here, Blackjack. It'd be cool to see them use more of that Valkyrie utility, hide a few black eyes throughout the map, just to give themselves a little bit more of that edge when it comes to the information game.
That would certainly be something I feel like would help MRCZ quite a lot, but we haven't seen that yet, and that is something that we now will simply be left to speculate over for the time being. We've got the castle coming in this round, of course. It is a meeting kitchen type of round, so the castle does make sense. You need to close off a lot of lines of sight, a fair number of doors and windows, so on and so forth, just to keep things rolling, as it were. One of those barricades has been taken care of. That is, of course, on the window right outside of the games room, inside of dorms. But that is but one of four. There's more to deal with, as XK is going to push up slowly but surely. Hasib unfortunately falls, this time to the Ying, who is very close to the site already. Next to no difficulty coming in through small tower, it seems like. GK Esports, that is something MRCZ need to worry about. He is coming up slowly on white stairs. Taha takes damage. Again, information is given, and they sort of know the positions of these attackers, but the question is, will they be able to hold this down? Here come the Candelas. 1, 2, 3. The push is about to come in as well. Ayan finds Key. In the meanwhile, Hasham really just pulling speed into the site, deep in there right now, going through the hallway, trying to go in for meeting as well, does so, and finds a big one as well. That's Din down as MI7 falls by the wayside. Ayan getting one in return. It is a 2v3, mind you. Ooh. Make that a 2v2. Ayan finds Hasham. This could be a bit of a tricky situation for GK Esports.
100%. Taha still holding upstairs as well, just preparing for that retake from above. And I think, Ayando taking down Mancal. That's certainly going to lighten the load here. Seriously left in a 1vx. Gets that pick onto Taha. There we go. That res can come through in meeting. That's where the drop down into kitchen hatch may occur. Will seriously try and go for this plan. Those bullets are going to let them know exactly where he is. The spray and pray around the corner. Getting a little bit aggressive there, but there we go. Ayan with the ace. The stuff you love to see. 5 kills on the trot. Leaning up shot to the side of MercenarieZ.
Ayan doing a lot of legwork in this round. Really just pulling up and saying, you're not taking this round, not as long as I am running around this map. This is my domain, and you shall not pass in this test. That's a lot of things I threw in terms of references, but I just had to get that out of my system. I apologize. 2-2 right now in the map, as GK Esports unfortunately unable to quite secure themselves an early 3-1 that they would have liked, that they did do on Villa. Of course, as Grace said earlier, Oregon is a sort of more even-Stevens playing field. Every team on Earth knows this map like the back of their hand. That lends itself to MRCZ attempting to get a comeback going here on this map. They've won 2 rounds. The only round that the only site, I should say, they haven't won so far is second floor dorms. That will be a little bit awkward for MRCZ. Say they win this round, they will have no choice, realistically speaking, other than to go to dorms. I mean, you could opt to go for kitchen and dining instead of kitchen and meeting, but kitchen and dining, I feel like, is a site that's just a little bit weaker than kitchen and meeting. So I don't know if MRCZ would realistically pick that, as sometimes it's just all too difficult for most teams to even pick the first floor sites to begin with. But we'll have to just wait and see. For now, basement, laundry, and supply room, side of choice. We've got, once again, a fairly standard pick, except for the Solus being brought in by Taha.
100%. Going to give hopefully a lot of information for the side of Mercenaries right now. They have brought the Valkyrie as well in conjunction with that. This is what we were talking about. There's more information needed. Mercenaries have worked this out now. They've adapted to bringing the Valkyrie, bringing that Solus, and hopefully this will give them a bit of an extra edge. However, speaking of intel, you all just heard that at home. The Lion scanner fixated there on the Lion.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful little kicks coming through already from Mercenaries. Key and Mantcal falling down. So that's Viayana and Key on that beautiful supportive role. And again, we've seen how much they pop off on that support. So that is a massive tear apart for the side of GEEKAY right now. Again, Hashom on that Capito. Loads of utility right now to get rid of people if they are holding on to difficult positions. But there we go. Taha is going to fall. That's that Solus removed from the board. So some of that intel utility already taken away from the side of Mercenaries. But remember, Hasib is there probably with a shotgun, lots of toxic waves in hand. I'm wondering if Hasham was going to be the one to try and clear out that utility with those firebolts, but I don't think that is going to be the case here.
Doesn't seem like it, as Hasham is going to push out, go into meeting. Hatch is open. This was left open by the side of the defense, and seriously has now evened the board, even the playing field, by finding a second kill. This time it's MI7 to go down. Two big drops right there. The Valkyrie, of course, the black eye cameras are across the map. They are there, and they are going to be very useful right now for MercenarieZ. A couple of red pings here from a few drones that are still littered across the map. But with the body count equalized, again, GEEKAY can just relax for just a second, set themselves up, decide which side of the map they really want to aggress from, and then send it. The question is, which way will it be? It seems like a meeting drop slash big tower stairs push is on its way. C4 is out, and Trix is going to take a lot of damage off of that. Here comes the scan. Here come the Capitao bolts flaming off the door. That goes from inside of laundry into meeting. Oh, dear me. The meeting has from, I was going to say, but see, beautiful shot. Finds Trix. Seriously, have they seen? Yes, they have. Then, excuse me, will fall. But still, they have to get in the side. 10 seconds remaining. They don't have the plant off. They need these kills. Hasham should know the smoke's position. Shots will be fired, and the SMG-11 wins out. Shotgun's out, just in case. Where's the Nomad? Inside the side, but no diffuser, no time. MercenarieZ take round 5.
There we go. That went a lot better for them. Again, though, I think the thing is, right, those first two kills came through really well from Mercenaries, and then we saw them get pulled apart, and I couldn't quite tell where those picks were coming from. I saw Seriously on the hatch, and I was like, is this because people are trying to pick the hatch at this point? They're trying to like over peak here, or has someone kind of gone for that long flank here? Again, when you have that advantage, sometimes if you just, you get those 2 kills under your belt and then you pull back to the safety of being very close to that site, you go back to that bottom floor, even if you have the site extension there, GEEKAY are still going to waste that time trying to go for the trade. So you can really burn out that timer more and more. You've got your one. Just play it safe at that point. Mercenaries, though, taking the lead now. 3 rounds in a row. Last defensive half of them. And again, this is where they really want to get that 4th round on the table. End this on a 4-2 split. Not give it to GEEKAY. Because I think when it comes to that side switch, that's when it might get a little bit difficult.
That it might. The side switch will put Mercenaries on the attack and GEEKAY on the defense. And as we all know, Oregon is one of those maps where I wouldn't really say it's either sided, like defender or attacker sided, but there are and have been those days where defenders do tend to somehow get away with, I say somehow, they do tend to get away with more rounds than the attackers do. Who knows if today is one of those days? So far, it definitely has seemed to be, but it's a 3-2, so it's pretty close and could still swing either way. It could be a 3-3, could be a 4-2. But for Mercenaries, ideally, it would be a 4-2. Taha starts out strong, finds a Sham, finds a second one, Montcall to fall. Where is this bandit, and how are they doing all of what they are doing?
100% C4 in hand too, so this is where they can pull back a little bit, play a bit more passive, maybe rely on some of this throwable utility a little bit. Not quite coming out for the trade yet are GEEKAY, and it looks like Seriously is a little bit distracted by Din here in that meeting area. The drones are going to come through. This is where they want to try and clear out some of these players below. They're very aware of the drone presence, but this is it. The time waste that potentially Mercenaries can cause here, that will be the name of the game.
those two dropped bodies is gonna be a lot to make up for, because you have your Ash gone, you know, General Soft Breach, and a very aggressive operator. But wait a minute, Din falls by the wayside. That's your meeting cleared out. There goes Aeon as well, seriously doing the legwork to get the team back into a good position. Trixed as well finds Hasib. Things are not looking good. Taha also to fall by the wayside, and Trixt comes around comes around to adding at just the right time. What happened, MRCC? It looked good. They had those 2 kills. Taha put them in such a good position, and yet they fall by the wayside with no bodies afterwards to show for it.
This is it, right? It's absolutely wild to me sometimes how much GEEKAY can just, it doesn't look great for them, and then suddenly they just, it's like an alarm goes off in their head, and they just start going with the aggression, taking these gunfights, winning these gunfights too. Again, realistically, it's something I've not really seen many teams punish GEEKAY for it. Those aggressive collapses suddenly, where they're like, okay, we're just going to have to go for it, basically. We're at a disadvantage here. And then just one of them is allowed to clean up shop. And, realistically, that shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. So, again, GEEKAY getting away with a lot, but it's this idea of, okay, are these crossfires here on the defense? Are the crossfires combined with that utility here? Of course, MercenarieZ now going on that attack. And of course, we're seeing that Blackbeard come out again on Hasib. Something we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, and it's starting to see more and more in other nationals too. We did speak about this on Villa as well, the current presence of Blackbeard starting to randomly come through. I'm still a little bit confused by it myself, I'll be completely honest. It's something that I'm trying to work out as the last few weeks have gone on. In again, not just in SA and MENA, but in other places in Europe as well. It's been very bizarre to see Blackbeard suddenly appear from nowhere. But again, this is a nice safe setup that we're seeing from MercenarieZ. We've got the double hard breach for Thatcher. The Ash has been taken away though. Beautiful C4 there by Key. Again, of course, that Blackbeard. Key getting a little bit fruity with it, contesting this lobby and armory area. Yeah, normally a support player, normally on that anchor role, but does try and go for this hyper aggression sometimes, and it often works.
That is the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you don't expect the mute, who normally, in most cases, will just opt to stay in the side, play in such a forward position. MI7 in the meanwhile, taking a bit of damage. That is the Warden from Seriously, doing work on the Thatcher. Hasham to fall in the meanwhile. There you go. Comes in with a knife, finishes off that Legion. 1 down, but look at the damage dealt to MI7 and Hasib in the meanwhile. Both of those two are now extremely low, and they will need to be very careful about the next gunfights they choose to take. That's a big swing from the Hibana there. Flashbangs out to get Trix to fall back a little bit, but this Aruni is not going to give up. Peak, that is, of course, towards the tower breach into Attic right now. And Trix is still playing this first floor position as XKE finds one, but seriously to fall at the hands of Hasib. Montcall pushing very much into take over that Attic position once again.
Right before the storm, as flashes start to sail out. I think again they're aware of this player in armory, and they're looking to try and displace him before they can cause a little bit of a ruckus. So both sides right now, it's like a bit of a standoff, to be honest. Neither team wanting to push each other, which again for GEEKAY certainly that is a bit rare, but they are just waiting for this timer to fall in their favor. They're aware of the clock ticking against MercenarieZ right now. Had getting tagged up significantly. Mankel almost going down actually as well. Key finishing off Hasab though. There we go. Din falls too. A quad kill now for Key. Can they turn this into an ace? This insane support player for the side of GEEKAY. Can they find this final pick? No, they can't. It's going to be denied by their teammate. But again, GEEKAY are still going to feel pretty good about that one.
That they are once again for MercenarieZ. When it could have looked good, it suddenly collapses, and whatever momentum they were gaining across the round, unfortunately, not quite working out for them. As you can see from the player cameras that we just saw, of course, GEEKAY, they are, mostly speaking, vibing, really. Most of them seem like they're in good spirits. They're in, decent headspace. Of course, their mental game won't really be too affected right now, given that they've mostly been in the lead for the majority of this BO3. This map, of course, this is the first time, no, the second time they're taking the lead. They're taking it back from MercenarieZ after having won round number 7 now. And MercenarieZ on the other side, of course, apprehensive. Their faces looked, unfortunately, a little stressed. There was a little bit of that, can we really pull this off sort of look, I felt like. And that's a dangerous mindset to slip into, you know. Once you start doubting whether or not you can actually win a map, it's, some would say it's already checkmate, even though I would say that you can still come back from it. But what you need is a few rounds, a bit of momentum to go your way, a couple of things to just fall in line, and suddenly you find yourself thinking, no, we can win this. We just had a little slump there. We're back in it. Let's get this bread. Let's get this bread. Yes, it's still 2020, folks. We still say that around here. Yes. But, yeah.
Iron looking to get stuck in around Big Tower now. I think seriously is very aware of this Hashom as well. This is where I love to see a showdown happen. This Big Tower, top of Big Tower. Iron getting really tagged up there. The nades taking half their health. A little bit uncomfortable, rightly so. Their teammates going to start to help apply this pressure onto Hashom. Again, though, 3 goos in pocket. 3 goos have been generated. Can't just start throwing them out. There we go. There's one. Little present ready and waiting for the side of MercenarieZ once they start to throw themselves in through those windows. So again, think of the time delay, the time waste that Hashom is causing right now. It's so important. Even if he falls here, he's wasted at least a minute of entry point. And that is massive for the side of GEEKAY.
And on top of all that, manages to just slip by to lower tower. MI7! Oh dear me, that could have been a beautiful shot had they landed that one, unfortunately. In the smoke grenade though, oh my goodness, Manticore really tried to hide in there. Unfortunately, not quite going to work out. Finds Tricks in the meanwhile. A couple of bodies to fall, but we've been here before for so many rounds. It feels like deja vu at this point. The question is, will MercenarieZ be able to hold this in? Will they be able to keep this lead and exercise on it to try and win this round? They've got the bomb sites located. They've got everything they need, but then will get DBNO'd. That is the first one of more that GK would need. Shots will be fired. Ion, beautiful shot right there. Nice little needle in the, threading the needle situation, excuse me, to get one more. Hasham pushes out. Wait, that's a beautifully timed push out to get a double. Hasham with the kill, and Key finding another, again making it 2v2 and equalizing the playing field.
Ooh!
Oh my goodness.
Great coming through there. The Candela's going out. Hashom desperately starting to throw. Look at all these goos they've generated as time has gone on. That was an absolute flurry. Feels like completely preparing all of these yummy little gifts for Hasib. The EMP is going out, though. Wouldn't get caught off guard by any of them. This is going to be a little bit interesting. Seems to be avoiding a majority of these goos already. But again, no shields left. So the pop shot. There we go. Hashom to clutch this out. GEEKAY again, pulling this round completely on its head, securing that victory for themselves. Good stuff indeed. Edging closer and closer towards this match point. That was such a good shot by Iron there. Goodness gracious me.
That shot by Ion really, really just amazing stuff. Again, the early to, I would say early to mid round for MercenarieZ has been relatively decent to even really good in most rounds, right? But it's when they're trying to transition from the setup into the execute, or even just get their setup fully prepared, the late stages of that setup into sight, or even on the defense, when they're trying to just hunker down, batten down the hatches, that's when they just seem to, I'm not sure, they seem to slip up, start losing bodies really quickly, as if they almost give away 1v1s in multiple instances where they really should be playing passively and trying to get themselves set for the final stage of the round. Yet, they're just, I'm not sure. That's how I feel that they've been playing, right? Where they're just giving away those picks where they really don't need to be peaking. And this is something I've been critical of them before. This is something that, all of us SA casters have been critical of for SA teams in general. Even at the beginning of group stages, we talked about how MENA teams have this, tendency as well to be hyper aggressive. And yet the thing is, with Mina, you get this hyper aggressiveness with full intent, and they always have backup. Those are the two things that I think MRCZ are missing with their hyper aggression. The intent is there, but they're not close enough to a duo to make a trade, which is where unfortunately they fall behind in so many rounds.
It's the 3-2-1s as well, you know. It's you know, as a team, you know, we call it 3-2-1s. It's that moment where you're timing it, you're going 3, 2, 1, go, and the both of you pinch and swing together. Or again, to time those collapses, to time those utility burns. Iron opening pick though. Really going in the favor of MercenarieZ. We're already, you know, we see significant players getting tagged up across the board. Key getting taken out too. That is huge for the side of MercenarieZ. A C forward off the board and maybe a bit of electrical trick as well. And seriously, does have one castle barricade left in pocket, so that's quite an interesting one. Is that to save that final collapse just in case it comes through? Only time will tell though. But again, Hashom on that Oryx. This is what I mean sometimes about taking those operators where if they fall, there's not really any utility for the team to benefit from. That was purely around the idea of keeping hold of that attic position and making sure that you could go for those retakes, you could go up those hatches. We actually see a long flank by Twixid, a smoke going upstairs. Let's get the pick though onto Din. There we go, SMG 11 to the face. Another one there onto Iron as well, but it's ultimately taken out there by Taiha. So that's 3 toxic babes taken away from the side of GEEKAY that they could really use right now to delay what is going to be a bit of a sweaty collapse probably. And only Mancal left in a 1 versus 3 to try and delay this. Look how much time MercenarieZ have to work with here.
It is a lot of time. Well over 75 seconds when it began, when it came into that position. And now they've got 60 remaining. They've taken 15 seconds to really drone themselves in, make sure that, you know, Montcall is not going for any sort of wild flank of their own, and now try to find the side. They already have meeting is where they've chosen to go in, and the plant is going down. Shots fired. The Jaeger will not secure a kill. Hasib will shut down Montcall before things can get any more dicey. And after a flurry of GK round wins, MRCZ pull one back. Better late than never, and definitely at a time where they really needed it.
100%. Again, just they do not want to give that match point away to GEEKAY anytime soon. Certainly need to get that extra round on the table. Can they bring this to even Steven? So I think if they bring this to 5-5, that's really going to start to apply a new level of pressure to GEEKAY, and maybe that's where things will start to give them a bit more of an advantage. Again, we look at the setups MercenarieZ are bringing here. It's not too creative and extravagant. It's a good amount of hard reach. They're taking those double hard reaches where they can. Soft destructibility, something to clear that utility out. And again, on the side of GEEKAY, they're going a little bit back to basics now too. Of course, we're seeing the Warden, which is a little bit fruity for the upstairs. But again, it's this idea that we are seeing more of that Warden just to deal with the potential of flashes, especially with how much Ying is getting played nowadays in a lot of different tournaments as well. We're seeing a massive resurgence of Ying. I think, again, just to clear these all-important choke points. And again, an additional angle of pressure if you do have to go for a little bit of a scrappy execute.
I gotta agree with, you know, the whole scrappy execute thing, as a lot of these have been, you know, just all over the place, I feel like. But that seems to be kind of a running theme with GK and MRCZ. They seem to almost be, you know, like, they have this idea of what they want to do, and then they try it, and some of it falls apart, and then it just becomes a full-on who can get ahead in the shortest amount of time possible type of situation. Right now, we've got the attic breach coming in very, very quickly as well. No surprises there, as MRCZ have pulled in and gotten that taken care of. My 7, however, lots of damage done to this Twitch. Trying to find the Meat's position, will do so. The Twitch drone in a nice position for Intel gathering. And there you go. Where the mute is, unfortunately, does not mean the kill is guaranteed. Beautiful shot by Key. And Hasham also finding Hasib, as that is now a 3rd down. Hasham with the 2nd, and that will be Taha, who falls by the wayside. Then trying to aggress on main stairs, gets found by Trix inside a classroom instead. And Aeon now in a 1v5, trying whatever they possibly can outside of the bedroom big window. They do get Key, that's 1 down, but get shot up as well, forcing a little retreat into small tower. But there's only so many avenues that Aeon has at this moment to do just about anything in. Trying to go for the diffuser, I feel like. That is a smart play, of course. As the rest of the defenders, they can just chill out in the site. And there you go, that camera in Aeon's position. That means there'll be someone trying to aggress, possibly. There is a player on the first floor that we can see, but no, it's a Sham from the back coming down white stairs. Gets the kill, and that is that match point that GK Esports will now gain.
Precisely. And again, this is where it's a bit of a shame. MercenarieZ were really doing a good job from the get-go there. They had all that attic pressure, that attic control. It just, when it came to, you know, that southern pressure, the pressure from the bedroom, the pressure from Armory, to try and go for that second dimension to that pinch and give them that kind of two-dimensional collapse eventually, the oldie but the goldie, again, they got shut down so easy when it came to that other approach. That it just became a bit awkward very quickly indeed. We saw the rotate have to come through by Taha, I believe it was, to try and start to apply pressure to that Armory corridor too, because people just were falling essentially. And when you do that, you give away all that control that you've just gained pretty much single-handedly. A very frustrating position for MercenarieZ to be in right now. And as we say, match point, this is looking very, very good for GEEKAY right now.
It is. They are in control. They're in the driver's seat, even with MercenarieZ fighting back with so much of their potential. They've been doing a lot to try and keep themselves on the up and up. However, things simply have not been going the way that they would like for it to. They've taken a timeout here, of course, as we can see the seconds counting down. They need this moment to just really just have that chat, talk about what's been going wrong, what they can do better, and how they can potentially change things up or do the same that they've been doing, but try and make it so that they will or do get rounds here. They need two more, of course. That is a given at this point. It is 6-4 to GK Esports. 2 rounds to MercenarieZ will ensure an overtime and one more chance at staying alive in the upper bracket. Now, a loss here isn't the worst possible thing, of course, as a loss would mean they go to the lower bracket and they would have to try in the lower bracket run, the magical run, as it were, because they have to face a lot more than any team in the upper bracket would, normally speaking, I would say. But it is what it is for now. The timer is done. The timeout has ended, and now it is time for MercenarieZ to show us what the dividends of that timeout were.
The dividends already appear to be an Amaru, so
Okay,
that's
then.
again an interesting one. Again, the way that people usually choose to bring that operator to this table is that they're either gonna, you know, throw it towards that big tower, but the big tower clear that all very, very quickly. But again, given that we're seeing GEEKAY go to basement, we might actually see Din kind of, you know, pick off that, to be honest. That'd be realistically the sensible thing to do. Again, yes, granted, big tower is a really good point if you want to get stuck in, if you want to set up this execute nice and quickly, maybe go for that classic back tower and blue push. But again, it's this idea of, you know, risking maybe someone lurking the other side of the map, maybe a kind of lurk towards that freezer and laundry side. If they're just kind of hiding there, then you end up in an awkward 5v5 collapse. So again, Din sticking to that. It's going to be an interesting one. Again, assuming that that will be up towards the tower, though, given the site pick. Also, we're seeing the bug come through too, and the sledge. Is the thing, so much soft destructibility, so much hints around that verticality, but it's again, they're in basement. There's no roof to destroy in basement unless they're going for that full clear, in which case it's a little bit overkill, to be honest. Granted, you have the secondary hard breaches on both Amaru and Buck there, so it gives a bit less pressure to Taha, but already Iron is falling down.
That is unfortunately a huge pick right there as well. Not just for the Ash, you know, the soft breach utility and the beautiful guns that operator brings, but also for just in general the fact that, you know, it's Ion going at 12-8 now. Unfortunately, that 8, of course, is the 8th drop that they have had this game so far, this particular map, I should say. Meanwhile, we saw the smoke trying a peek out of tower door, not quite paying as much dividend as I think he expected, but it is what it is. They're gonna try it again. They actually are okay. The smoke, and you're really feeling it at this moment to be able to, you know, go for these sorts of peaks right now. then opening up a new angle into kitchen, trying to find where any of these defenders are, trying to get a pick here to try and advance the clear, just get something going, as Din's gonna take a ton of damage, get taken down for their trouble. Tricks with one, but Montcall falls. Hasib from above will take one in return. There's a second. Hasib pulling the team up by the scruff of their neck, practically speaking. Seriously, sees the buck on the cross, tries to get that. No shots connecting just yet.
This is the awkwardness too. Seriously and Trixid really looking to play in that duo. MercenarieZ not doing so, so Hasib is going to get caught out a little bit there. The shotty to the face, but Skeleton Key coming through before it's traded out by Seriously. This is what exactly we mean by those duo plays. It makes the trade so much easier. Taha now in a 1v2 again. Just under a minute to work with, so the potential to bait into these 1v1s could come through. I think he is aware there of Key's positioning. Key on that smoke as well. Free Babe still in pocket, so they could always use it here. A bit of an uncomfortable position for GEEKAY to be in too, to be honest, given the fact that if Taha suddenly goes for sight, they could potentially get a little bit of a free plant out of it, but it looks like the pinch may be coming through. Can't quite tell. It's the point where Taha should just plunk a claymore down and just try and go for that plant. We'll see what happens. So Key desperately trying to contest this. Now I think they're going to drop down electrical. Yes, they are. They're going to work this as a duo. Actually sees the head there of Taha. Taha goes for one, gets it down to Seriously. Can they get this shot onto Kivo? The res will go through, shotty in hand. This is where things get a little bit scrappy on both sides. Goodness me, the timer is ticking. Get this kill or you don't. There we go. GEEKAY coming through. And GEEKAY starting these playoffs with a bang.
Truly a bang and a half, as they will now take map number 2, 7 and 4, which makes this first match for them now a overall, the score being, of course, 2-0. That is a little bit unfortunate for the MercenarieZ, as they were priding themselves on the fact that they were winning so much in the group stages, but ultimately, I think this simply speaks to the absolute terror that is GK Esports, where in this case, they just completely, well, not completely, but they had a lot of say in what happened in a given map. Oregon, I would still say less so than Villa, but 7-3 and 7-4, I mean, it speaks for itself, ultimately. When even MercenarieZ can't get them to budge into overtime for one of these maps, you know that you've got a very strong team on your hands here.
100%. Let's have a look at that map recap, though, because again, that's going to show us the story that has happened here. This was a best of 3. Unfortunately, it is ending on about 2-0. MercenarieZ map pick of Villa did go into the hands of GEEKAY from the get-go. Again, a very uncomfortable map, I think, for MercenarieZ, unfortunately. When it came to this Oregon, we did think it would be a lot closer. It wasn't quite there. We did see MercenarieZ start to adapt a bit more, start to work out at points, okay, this is where it's going wrong. Maybe we tried this and it was working. It's just then this constant mix-up they kept doing. And ultimately, it cost them 7-4 victory to GEEKAY and them ultimately taking the series 2-0. It's just really, it's awkward, really. That last round, especially towards the end. That was a little bit dodgy. Let's be honest, a little bit weird. It's this idea, you're in a 1vx, one of them is downed, the timer is ticking. You have claymores in pocket. Maybe you set yourself up to try and cheese the plant a little bit. So awkward to do, I know. But at least attempting to force that. You have the time event ticking in your favor. You know they have to push you. You can play a bit more passively, try and hold some little tight angles. I don't know. It's difficult. You can always sit here and say, this is what they should have done. But in the moment, it does change so many things. The pressure, you don't expect certain utility to be there when it is, et cetera, et cetera. I think for MercenarieZ, though, their main thing here is now looking towards that lower bracket. But again, let's have a look at that map summary. Let's see the data to work out what really happened with all those shenanigans.
There you have it. Excuse me. There you have it. Match summary coming in from the both sides. And once again, we're going to see a few more similarities, I feel like, for just looking at everything. Cost-wise, both teams have several players above that baseline 60% mark. But GK, of course, having 4 players compared to MercenarieZ is 3. And even with that, MercenarieZ have 2 players just very much underperforming in this map. MI7 and Din, 311 each, 36%. and 27% on the cost. Their presence on the map was not really felt, I would say, across this entire map too. And whilst we were going over the rounds as they happened, we would find, like, at least for me, I feel like I would find myself calling out what Ayan, Hasib, or Taha were doing more so than MI7 or Din. They got a couple of impactful kills, don't get me wrong, but again, their presence just wasn't really felt. Similar Mantcall, 4-9, one more kill than those two, but a 36% cost. Again, a bit of a quiet map for Mantcall. So that's something that GK will probably be looking into and making sure that Mantcall is performing in tip-top shape going into the next set of matches that they will have. But then the rest of GK, I mean, it's all smiles probably from their end. 3 players with 64% on the cost, 3 players on double digits of kills. Hasham pretty much being the all-rounder, 11-8 and 55%, and 3-2 on entry. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the player spotlight, aka what could be considered the MVP of this particular matchup, and it's going to be Hasham from GK Esports.
I'm not surprised by this at all. I think, Hasham had a field day today. They had such a good... You know when you just see a player play and it's like, they're clearly feeling themselves today. They're clearly having a lot of fun with how they're working around this. Again, that cost over that all-important 60%, and that's on average. And again, he was eating while playing. We stand a man that can multitask. So again, that nutrition certainly did him wonders. A rating of 1.32 and a KD of 21 to 14. So, this is the thing. Keep your eye on Hasham going forward, especially as we make our way through these playoffs. But let's have a look at how these statistics compare to their opponents. Hasham versus Hasib here. Again, we look at the cost, still both above that 60% mark, granted on pretty, well, I'd say defensively, maybe slightly different roles, but certainly attacking. We see Hasib often go for that second or first entry on that Blackbeard. And again, a player that's really utilizing that Blackbeard's utility there. So again, it's kind of interesting to see these two in the head-to-head, 20-17 for Hasib. Again, maybe on those attacks, there's a bit of extra protection really coming in clutch for him when he's going for these swings. Let's have a look at the bracket, though. Let's see how things are going to start shaping up. We do have a Nobles versus Triple coming soon. That's going to be a really interesting one, too. Like, I was thinking about this when we were on Villa, because I remember this is it. There is a particular push that Nobles do on Villa. And if that next matchup that we're about to get into in a bit, if that best of 3 sees a bit of Villa action, I want you all to be looking at easy, especially when it's a kitchen take. That's all I'm going to say about that one. That's all I'm going to say there.
Oh, yes. I feel like Nobles on Villa are going to be one to absolutely watch out for. But Triple Esports, again, they're no slouches of their own either. Two Titans of the MENA region are going to be going up in just a short while, folks. And I know that, a lot of people are going to be waiting to watch that one as well. MercenarieZ, unfortunately, as we, just finish up here, they will find themselves in the lower bracket. Will it be a miracle run? We'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out. But before that, game number 2, Nobles versus Triple Esports, will be coming up in just a short moment. Stay tuned.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh,
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. 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 Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
About nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up. Let's go. Are you deaf, soldier? I said move.
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Zotac Gaming TEC Invitational Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Supported by Ubisoft, we are back with our second matchup for Day 1 playoffs. We did witness our first playoff matchups where we did get to see Team MercenarieZ go up against GEEKAY Esports. We did get to see that GEEKAY Esports didn't had any problems to deal with MercenarieZ attack and defense coordination, winning 2-0. We won't be able to see map number 3, but now we have to talk about match number 2. I'm your caster for today, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster Aggressive, as we are here to talk not only about the match, but also the way how it goes towards the playoff, as it is double LMs and Aggressive. We've seen first match. MercenarieZ are in the lower brackets. What do you think is going to happen on match number 2? Will we see Nobles proceed up against GK Esports, or will it be Triple Esports?
Okay, when you consider what happened in Group A, the members of Triple, they have showcased themselves to be an extreme powerhouse that can easily wipe the floor with any other team. They did lose against GK, but at the same time, when we saw the members of Triple and GK, they were not really taking the match as seriously as you would have expected. We're going to head on down over to the lineups of the teams to see exactly what they have in store for us, but we know it's pretty general. Triple, on the first hand, though, this is a team that I'm hoping can go the distance and go as far as they can possibly get because of the raw talent that they have on their side. Guards, Dovtukin are just insane players regardless of whatever happens to them. Gesundheit's there, Baba.
Yeah.
And because of that, you know, the Triple, they can easily take over the competition and be the number 1 team. GK is one of their biggest obstacles, but will Noble be that same obstacle to them? So what really I'm starting to question, because of what Nobles did against MercenarieZ. I'm a little bit on edge because Nobles didn't look that strong. They took a very, very difficult set going up against MercenarieZ, and that that match went up to like what, 2 a.m. nearly for us. It was a pretty long time. And Nobles, they need to make sure that, hey, we take this in a very convincing fashion, because if you're having this much trouble here going up against the members of Triple, you know that GK, they're going to wipe the floor with you, possibly.
Oh boy, that is definitely an interesting one to look at here, Aggressive. So let's take a look at the map vetoes and get to see what kind of maps do we get to expect from both Nobles and Triple Esports. Chalet Bank Cafe already banned from the from the side of both of these teams. So turns out, looks like we're going old school, Aggressive. Clubhouse, Villa, and please don't tell me Oregon to be the decider. I believe so. It's going
Skyscraper.
to be. Nope. Actually,
Skyscraper.
it's not. Skyscraper will be on decider. Interesting. Coming in from their end. So Clubhouse and Villa will be brought up. Oregon is banned, which means that Skyscraper will definitely be an interesting one to look at here, Aggressive, because Clubhouse and Villa, we've seen from time and time again on how it usually depends on how you've mastered all those 3 sides, both on attack as well as on defense. And I'm very excited to see what Nobles bring to the table, especially they're the ones on defense. Triple, on the other hand, attack first on Villa. And I'm pretty sure that they're going attack first on Clubhouse too. So it's going to be interesting if we do get to, go all the way to map number 3, Skyscraper, because that's exactly where I'm keeping my eye on.
Looking at how the map selection has gone through, Nobles seem to have the advantage when it comes down to the second and third map because Nobles are a little bit stronger on the map of Villa from what you've seen them in the past. But then again, you're up against Triple. So yeah, that's gonna be a pretty difficult map, a pretty hard pill for them to swallow, knowing that hey, we're going up against Triple on Villa. That's gonna be a tough one, but Triple on Clubhouse as well is also a pretty big talking factor because I always talk about this. Clubhouse is one of those maps that really tests the mettle of a team because it's old school Siege. You need to be good in Clubhouse because if you're not good in Clubhouse, you cannot be a professional level team. It's a must have that you need to master from day one out of the gate when you enter this professional scene. But the thing is, what differentiates a really good team from a great team is the raw fundamental playstyles that each of them employ. Triple, first of all, are just insane at what they do, and Nobles. Banning out the buck does make the vertical lines of sight difficult to fight, but that is the most unconventional ban that I've seen in the longest time. And Nobles, they probably have a plan for this.
Yeah, I think so. You're aggressive. Mainly when you see Buck, he has the power of both soft breach and hard breach in his hands. The secondary hard breach that could enable him to open up the kitchen hatch, the skeleton key opening up 2 lines of sight, not just one, all the way from logistics to kitchen, that you can have a direct access towards basement arsenal room without, compromising your location. So Buck actually plays a vital role on a map like Clubhouse, and it's interesting to
True.
see him being banned and a targeted one at that too at the hands of Nobles, because Nobles knows that Triple Esports bring this specific operator, so they need to rely on other operators. Like maybe we could see a Sophia being swapped out instead of the Buck. But talking about the other bans here, Osa being banned, I can really understand why. The bulletproof shield, very powerful on the CCTV balcony and also on Jacuzzi balcony too. And also on the side of defense, Azami and Kaid will be banned. So Kaid, very strong when
Standard.
it comes to when it comes to electrocuting those reinforcement walls. But nonetheless, the only electronic gadget that the defense, that defense have is the bandit. So bandit charges could be used to trick some particular gadgets, but all in all, they'll not mainly focused on protecting the walls, but instead they'll be heavily relying on traps,
Defenders, protect
and
your
maybe
bombs
they'll
from being
rely
planted
on a
by
lot of
attackers.
information being gained from Solus. So very interesting to see what kind of lineups, the bans that we are expecting from both these teams as we proceed to round number 1. Second floor, gym and bedroom will be the side. And I'm very excited to see what Triple and Nobles are going to bring things up, man, because this is the playoffs, and one of the teams will be facing up against GK Esports, and the others going all the way downstairs, where they will have a final fight up against Team MercenarieZ.
10 seconds to go.
For Nobles, they're going to be going down to the team that they nearly lost out to back over on the group stages. And for Triple, new testing grounds for them if they do lose out. But another very interesting play that I've already noticed, Dokkaebi has not been banned. Normally,
Yeah.
players love to ban out that Dokkaebi early on when it comes to Clubhouse because Clubhouse, it's quite roam heavy. You have a lot of places that you can run around it. And the Dokkaebi just causes a lot more problems than you can manage there. Plus, she has EMPs in her hand, so she can act like a mini Thatcher, depending on whichever sideline that you want to try and fight into. But with this bandit and this mute, things could be better for them if the bandit is able to trick it properly. The mute acts as the first line of defense, while the bandit can slowly trick away with the batteries without them knowing that he's in that exact position. So how will they circumvent this? We're going to be finding that out soon enough. Because this CCTV hold could just go in the other direction. Because Fairs, he's going to be able to open up the first fight, but immediately gets traded.
Yep, Forez being eliminated out will at least handle some potential pressure, which was made all the way from CCTV. But now the pressure is still continuing to grow, so they still have opened up. Yep, they've opened up CCTV wall, but to an extent where they can just only gain line of sight, but couldn't gain entrance towards that particular place. So they need to get control on Garage Catwalk. grenades. Cooked grenades could help. John has already used one, and Easy has already used one of his logic bombs and plus the secondary EMP charges as well. The other will be used nonetheless. There you go. Again, trick will be made. Detonation, will it succeed? And will we see the bandit going in for the trick? Joseph, oh, too late! And he gets caught in the crossfire. My goodness, there was a risky attempt from the bandit, but Nobles, they're gonna lose one more.
That was so close as well. It was literally down to the wire. If he did it like half a second, not even half a second, 0.3 seconds earlier, that would have been the perfect trick. Easy's going to be able to catch out another player. Oh, handing on down over to Logistics. It's pure risky to maybe try and salvage something here, but already his players have dropped all around him. He has 3 different sidelines that he needs to worry about, and he's just stuck behind the central stairs. Where are you going to go, buddy? Because there's no way you're going to be able to live through this turmoil. 3 different sidelines that he's getting shot from. And he has now bitten the dust from more angles than one. Good fight. And the members of Triple, they caught out Noble with their pants down because this one play over towards the Jacuzzi breach completely ended the hold. That wall needed to stay, and I'm pretty sure that the bandit gave the call out. Don't worry, boys, I got this. I have the timing. The timing was just off by a sliver. And that one small mistake caused a landslide to happen, and the round just went in the favor of Triple. It's a sad one, but it does goes to show that Noble, they have the right idea. They just need to clean up with the execution now in this next round.
Yeah, it was just 0.2 seconds for that breach to get denied, but yeah, that was unfortunate that Joseph couldn't get to, you know, trick it at the right time. And eventually losing the round 2. Very unfortunate. Yeah, it really is a good camp spot though, all the way towards Logistics. You'll have good information if one of the attackers do tend to, you know, drop down. And the best part about it is that they're not bringing in the IQ. Triple Esports are not bringing in the IQ. But if one of those players, one of the defenders get caught out in the blast and the Kebi decides to hack their cams, well, they will have the rest of the cams in their hands. Yeah, they've got to be very careful about it. But the main thing that Triple needs to do is that they need to be very cautious because they have traps from Legion Goo mines, they even have the EDDs. At this point, you have trap operators and roam games coming in from Noble. So Pure Risky and Joseph will be doing the roam games, and Lone Soldier, Easy, and maybe Sky Guardian will mainly be, you know, holding around the site on second floor gym and bedroom. So slight changes, but for Triple, they'll be doing the same execution, but this time they'll be bringing in Sam Fisher, Dovakin, who has the secondary heart breach in his hand.
John, just look at how deep he's already in. He's up towards basement. He's walking up. I don't think anyone's going to expect him. There is no side extension. Everyone's playing over to the second floor. They want to hold it down as best as they possibly can, but this does not bode that well for them. The Legion Ghoulman's going to catch someone out. Dovtakin getting caught out in a pretty bad spot. That's a double peek. You got to let this one go, John. You can't take this fight, not with a Legion Ghoulman attached to you like that. That's a lot of damage and it's a lot of slow. You're not going to be ready for those engagement and those high speeds. Triple, they pay the price for their overconfidence. Losing out 2 of your players and 2 very important players, mind you. Yeah, the Zero's not going to be able to do much now, but those cams that he brings in give so much information and you have nothing to play around with now.
Yep, there goes your initial fragger, John. The only thing that they can rely on is either the support or Fares, who will find the opening though by taking out Pure Risky. But the cams are the main reason why Triple needs to be careful about, because they have constant information. Fares, ooh, almost a chance to eliminate the second one. Joseph, he will still stay alive, but is it gonna happen though? Because Joseph, he's so low on HP, flashbangs being thrown out. Fares, he really needs to remove the Legion Goo mine, in which he does at the right time. They're losing a lot of time, 55 seconds. Fares losing the gunfight towards Lone Soldier as they're holding towards CCTV, not facing any difficulties. There's still one cam that's been dropped from CCTV where they could get some vital information. Actually, it's in towards second floor gym. So if you need to get the cams, well, you need to be in the site. And in the side, there are 3 angry defenders who are waiting for the attackers to go in for a pounce.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yep, that's another one. Lone Soldier's just been doing absolute work. The guy's just getting frag after frag. Perfect pixel hold as well. God damn, the one tap was clean. He knows what's happening all across the map, and this guy will not miss. Nobles, they take another round off the board in triple. You gotta slow it down and take some time for these engagements. John was all by himself. I understand the Ash was gonna run in, gain some information, maybe get a kill or two, and open things up. But Dovtukeen, on the 0, you didn't need to peek so aggressively. He had 2 people shooting at him at the same time, and he just got caught out. You need to slow it down a lot more. Jean wanted backup, but I did not really see anyone even try to open up the jacuzzi breach. Or did they try to do it and they just messed up? What happened there?
I think what Triple was trying to do was, instead of just breaching the jacuzzi wall first, they decided to gain control on CCTV by applying a bit amount of pressure, but turns out it kind of failed when they started to lose a lot of gunfights, and it was just Fares left. And let's not forget, I believe it was John who was all the way from the main stairs. If he wasn't caught from the Legion Goo mine, or if Triple Esports had, maybe had information about the Goo mine's whereabouts with the help of their attack drones, maybe they could have done it in a different way. They could have brought in the IQ, because they have a lot of, gadgets that the defenders are trying to use. And once again, they're doing the same thing. Traps all the way, forcing the attackers
Yeah, that's
to
a lot of
use
traps.
Yeah, they're forcing the attackers to use their, utilities, and that's the main reason why you see the attackers having grenades, flashbangs, frag grenades, smokes to block line of sight, flashbangs to stun. But yeah, turns out he did, all the way from kitchen side. This is actually a very difficult situation for Purisky to be in. But maybe if he can find the opening, though, if he just removes one of the player in towards kitchen, then you could see a way for Nobles holding their ground out. But the only thing that he can do is just give a lot of information on the attacker's presence. As you can see, one of them is playing on logistics, while the other 2 are just currently doing their work in kitchen.
Yep, good play from the Solaris. From the Solus, not the Solaris. I messed up the call out at the Never mind. Going on back, the Solus is going to be able to get his way back towards blue. That's perfect. Now they have a proper hold in towards the side, but they did lose out on all of the drone potential they could have had on the map control they want to play around with. It's all about the gunfights now, and John, he seems to be the one winning it all. One by one, he's dropping the bodies, and if you're risky, you got to take those risks to make things happen, and he does wonders. Gets another one for his team, and now it's down to a 3 versus 3 scenario to try and open things up. 1 minute and 10 seconds still left on the clock, mind you, Baba. More than enough time for the attackers to slowly work their way in. But the thing is, looking at the HP disparity, Dovtukeen is pretty much walking on thin ice. I don't see how he's gonna be able to live through this one unless Guards comes in with a perfectly cooked nade, catches someone. That's gonna be beautiful. They took down another key important player, and it's all down to Pure Risky and the Valkyrie to just turn things around from here.
Yep, it heavily relies on those crossfire angles, Guards and John. And currently Dovtukeen will be the one who's going to go in for the plant, so he's got to be very careful. Second nade will be thrown out, so is the Razor Bloom. Won't be able to find one as of now. Drop down will be made. He is safe. Plant is in, very low on HP. He somehow survives. Impact's been thrown around, but you still have the cover from John. Post plant. How did Triple manage to get away with this, John? Oh, John. No, he gets the kill, and just like that, we will see Triple Esports secure their round on attack once more. They were patiently waiting. They had good information. All they had to do was just make sure that crossfire angles work. The only problem was the drop down, because you could just hold an angle all the way towards Basement Church, and if one of them decides to go in for a drop down, they could end up, losing their life. But apparently, I think they didn't had that perfect line of sight, because they only made footholds instead of a proper rotate, which is exactly why Triple decided to, drop down from the hatch and let one of them push from tunnels, and the other, who was currently in main stairs, I believe, establishing that important line of sight, making sure that the entire site is on lockdown, and they just did a really great job on that. Good job for Triples to secure that attack round. And for Nobles, they were this close to securing that round. They had good utilities, good traps. But it was outsmarted when Triple Esports decides to go in for the drop. So round number 4, once again, same site,
10
Basement
seconds left
Church.
before insertion.
It's like Nobles are going in for the same site like twice, right? And also the footholds that I was talking about, there wasn't any footholds. We did get to see a rotate which is already being made because it's an important rotate to make, right? So I do have to, rectify that mistakes I talked about. But yeah, all in all, round number 4, Nobles, they have picked the basement site once again. They did the same thing while they picked second floor gym and bedroom for round 1 and 2. They did secure round number 2. Now the biggest question is the adaptation. Can Nobles secure yet another equalizer, or will we see Triple Esports wreck their morality and make sure that they put themselves on a good lead?
Sky Guardian took a little bit more of that aggressive duel once again from Kitchen, and I think he got punished for it. Looking at his HP, it's not looking that good. But I do believe now they have some information of where players are really holding on from. Lone Soldier, good C4 in place, and look at the cab. Oh, this is such a rat position to be into. He's gonna be able to wait it out. He doesn't want to use the C4 there. Will it get destroyed?
No,
I don't think so, right?
No, he
But I
recovered
think he
the
expected them to
C4.
hear it. Yeah, I think they expected
he
him.
recovered the
Expected the
C4,
C4 there.
Yeah. They did expect the C4, but it was good that the Valkyrie did get to, recover his C4, so that if he gets that proper information from the cam, that's more than enough to, try to use that C4 for post plan. Patient is key to
Nice
virtue,
shot.
but Perez just decided, you know what, I'm just going in for the aggressive. Down will be made, and a confirmation kill will be given too. But Triple Esports, they're still continuing that pressure. So does
Nice
Nobles
shot.
with Easy. Holding down towards tunnels, making sure that not a single player from Triples can make their way in towards the side. And this is the adaptation I'm talking about here, aggressive. They lose the first round, they come back in round number 2, and turns out this is just spiraling around. But this time in a 3v3 equalizer, once again they're in the same situation. Can we see any changes being made from Nobles?
Wait. The diffuser's in the site. Wait a moment. Oh, this could
boy.
be
Lone
bad.
Soldier.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna happen. That's a beautiful line outside that I've never really seen being made before. Good shots all around, and Lone Soldier's pretty much single-handedly saved the entire round. I didn't even know that could have been a line of sight down from the bottom end.
Mm-hmm.
The guy knows it all.
I believe
They had the hallway control, and that is the adaptation that they needed to make. They made sure they had the entire hallway to themselves, and because of it, it's theirs. No one's gonna clear that angle, right? No one will even expect that. And because there was no one pushing from the main stairs hallway, sorry, the basement hallway, it was done there. They needed that one bit of control to take over the entire round.
Use as many bombs as they can.
Yep.
It's incredible when you think about it.
The only thing that's happening right now is the battle between the trade challenges. Now, John, on the other hand, while he was pushing all the way from the tunnels aside, he got eliminated by Easy. And someone from the side of Triple had to take the role of John, who was in towards tunnels, because they are hell-bent on keeping that crossfire angles in play so that they'll be able to secure a lot of kills from their end. But once they made the drop down, once they threw the smoke, that did block all the way towards Basement Church's side, he was a bit more afraid knowing that one of the players might push through the smoke, and that's the main reason why you see the Flores going all the way from the back. But little did he know that there was a slight line of cover, which was usually used to, take out the player who was trying to open up the exothermic charge, especially from the supports, so would usually make their push from there. It was mainly an angle to remove players from main stairs, but turns out it was done quite the opposite, and Pure Risky, finding the proper angle, it ended up with a diffuser denial. So Round number 5, once again, we're back in the same site, gym and bedroom, but this time we'll see Dovtakin bring in the IQ. This is an important one because they now realize that they have a lot of utilities in their hands. Legion Goo Mines, Capcan EDDs, Jammers, Alibis Prismas, and let's not forget Valkyrie Scams. All of those gadgets will get detected by IQ, and it's an important one because it is very necessary to remove those gadgets in order for them to push. But if Dovtakin loses this gunfight, this might not look good. Well, but now he does look good, and now he's making his way in towards CCTV.
Why are you just so
but
aggressively?
It's just it just didn't quite work out though. Aggressive once again. A refrag will be made, and once again Sky Guardian getting taking things care under their control, as John will be eliminated out too.
That was a little bit too quick. Dovtakin, you need to slow it down, man. You're playing the IQ, you're supposed to slow things down, give people information of where all of the utility is at. Puriski's gonna be tossing that perfect C4. He already knew the angle, he already knew the positions and everything. The members of Triple, they're rushing each and every one of these engagements for no apparent reason. Slow it down. Take your time. There's more than enough time to make an opening. Dovtakin just casually pushed in from the eastern stairs without any regard to what's gonna happen to him.
And there you go, EDD blasted to smithereens. They have they really had to be careful on that. Triple Esports, not a good round, but yeah, the IQ wasn't supposed to be doing the initial fragging. It could have been better if either Fares or maybe John would have done the initiative instead. Dovtakin could have used the IQ scans to remove the important gadget from below itself. He could have done it in stock. Could have done it in stock.
Yep.
Could have met a 1v1 challenge with the Valkyrie, or better yet, since once he removed the alibi out of that place, it could have been better to just fall back, rendezvous with the team, use your drone works to find out the exact locations, or better yet, use the IQ scans to remove the important gadget first and then push in. Previous round, it was like lone soldier without a plan. That's exactly what happened. There was a push, an individual play, but it wasn't supported by their own teammates, which did ended up in a huge disaster for Triples. And I'm hoping that they would not make the same mistakes again. So round number 6, Nobles securing their lead. And now they've made a decision to not go in basement church, but go into second floor CCTV.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
A Montaigne has been picked up with a Capital. It's been a while since we last seen a strategy like this. I understand what they're trying to go in for, but it requires a lot of setup, and it requires them to get that first initial kill. Unless they get that first blood, I don't think this is gonna work out, but Fierce pretty much answered my prayers there. Got the first kill, and now things are looking up for them. The mute has been taken off the table, and you no longer have to worry about the shotgun. Plus, you already know the mute jammers can't be moved anymore. The positions are known, and the Montaigne can now just casually walk inside the CCTV with Perez holding from the other side. The IQ's doing work here! And with this double, the members of Triple are looking golden to take over this entire roundup.
Oh boy.
They know?
Now that Garage... Yeah, they know. Garage Catwalk is handed
Fares?
out, and Fares, he's just going insane right now with his kills triple as it leads to Joseph. In a 1v4 situation will secure and rooming out Fares, but when you see the Mountain arriving right at his crossfire angle, what can you do? The Mountain that can annoy you totally is in an entire lockdown. Construction has been cooked in a 200 Celsius, but it's currently going to wait as of now. The Mountain is just constantly annoying him. At this point, he will still secure the kill. Can he get the third? Oh boy, a lot of pressure, but a knife will be made from Dovtakin, adding insult to injury. And Triple Esports will end round number 6 with a good note. Ending the first half on a 3-3 scoreline with Fares is just beautiful shots from his end, man.
Yep. He has had an easy time just tapping on away. And Joseph, he tried at the very end, but what do you do against the Montaigne? Just tell me honestly. The guy's just standing behind you, he's standing in front of you, he's just trying to be in your face as much as he possibly can. And because of stuff like this, like, come on.
He's
It
basically
ain't gonna
Gandalf.
work. Yep.
He's basically
You shall
Gandalf.
not pass. You shall.
Yes. But he's a moving Gandalf. He just keeps moving.
Nah, the man just wants you to look at him. He just wants you to look at him as much as you possibly can. If you look away, that's the moment that you die.
Man. The fear and horrors of every individual who has faced a Montaigne always knows their fears. When you see a Montaigne on a 1v1 staring directly at a diffuser, man, it's just that he just stares into your eyes for like 2 minutes straight. Actually, for like 60 seconds, reminding that the defender already lost a round. That's how powerful Montaigne is. But for now, let's just get back to reality. Round number
Baba?
7, action phases in. Yes.
Have you ever watched the Dragon Ball Abridged series?
I haven't.
Okay, I'm gonna send that to you later. Then you'll understand
Alright.
what it feels like to have a Montaigne on your team or on the enemy team.
Oh boy. Can't wait to see that. I really can't wait to see that aggressive. That is for sure.
I'm pretty sure if Jack was here, he would understand. I'm pretty sure Jack on the back end,
yeah.
if he's watching this match, he'll get it. What I meant if he ever watched the Abridged series. But going back to this matchup, at least on the second half of things, it should be a bit better, right? Come on, Triple on the defensive side, their crossfires are pretty good. If they just take their time with their engagement, the thing is, Triple, they're winning most of their fights when they are playing together as a team. You don't need to make individual plays. And some of these situations, it's just a little bit of a question mark. But for Nobles, they're playing it smart too on their attacking side, picking up the IQ, making sure they don't get a lot of value with the Solace. It changes up the metagame quite a bit. Thermite's going to be able to open up 2 sets of walls, I do believe. Because Lone Soldier, he's not taking any chances. He's clearing out everything that he possibly can before he sets down his Thermite charges.
Yep. No tricks will be made from
Guards.
guards. But he is playing very close. He's like he's playing with danger here, aggressive. At this point, the only problem is that no one's actually on second floor gym, so not a good opportunity to come by, and it's best for guards to just fall back and look for another way.
Oh.
Wow, what a Ferrari V from Pure Risky. Headshot removed off to Ken. Again, control on CCTV. Easy dropped. He forgot about the second player, and that is the Thermite. That's exactly what he needs, but a good refrag made from guards. At least equalize it to a 3v3, but he forgot about John all the way from the flanks aside. Sky Guardian, can he secure this frag? Yes, he does. A barrage of frags. Oh, what a flick and a half from guards, forcing it into a 1v1. And now this duel between Sam Fisher and Mute will be a match to talk about when it's a match to talk about in history, because man, this will be a nerve-wracking situation from both the teams, because this match will determine who will be in the lead. This round itself, second floor gym and bedroom, no info, no Argus cams, no C4 from guards. Both of them are in same HP. Oh boy, his location not detected. And guards. Oh boy, that is
so
definitely
smart.
gonna hurt for Sam, man. That is definitely gonna hurt. Using that slight line of protection, will we see Triple Esports manage to get away by winning this round? My god, it just came down to a 1v1, and this flick though from guards, my god. That flick, he was so busy with the revive, and once he realized that, oh no, there's actually a guy from logistics, bam, just flicks out into existence. Like, how do you even do that? I'm pretty sure his wrist might be broken now. You know?
Yep.
It's like
Oh, it's
no human can just flick his wrist like all the way to the back and just get a perfect headshot like that, man. Jesus, but yeah, all in
Just
all,
the crosshair
I've got
placement
a-
as well.
Yeah, the crosshair placement itself from guards, my god, it was just so well done. 4-3, round 8. John with the Oryx. they're spicing things up with these defensive picks here, and I'm quite intrigued to see what Triple is going to do on the site here. Aggressive.
Goyo's been picked up to try and be an even bigger nuisance, hold off these attackers for as long as they possibly can. Because of this, Triple on the other side, they're looking quite potent. I like the setup that they're going in for. They're trying to go for pure and utter entry denial and to slow them down from the second floors before they can even work their way up towards kitchen. And that should easily give them a solid 2-minute lead. They can waste 2 minutes if they play their cards properly, right, Baba? You know that too.
Yep.
The amount of time they're gonna spend trying to clear out these Goyo canisters, smoke vape canisters, it's a lot. And then you also have an Oryx just jumping around from hatch to hatch, being a nuisance in your backline. A lot to worry for here. As Triple, they're trying to divide and conquer pretty much everyone. And Dovtukeen, he's going to be able to open things up, just as I expected. You have to worry about too much here. And because of that very reason, you're stuck on an island that you cannot get yourself out of. And looking at the Solace, Bears is giving so much information away that there are no drones next to Dovtukeen. So he can be in this position and be completely safe and play purely off of audio cues.
Only from audio cues can nobles can depend on that information. Since the Argus cams have been removed out of the plays and John succeeding with his kill, Lone Soldier, on the other hand, gets away with 2. Fares and John has been downed out. This is looking good. But, let's not forget the sights on Basement Church. So maximum amount of damage has been dealt in second floor site, and yet they are about to make progress in towards first floor kitchen. They have the hard breach. Lone Soldier has to get towards first floor kitchen in order for them to open up those important hatches. But Dovtukeen, once again, playing these risky angles. Once he was on kitchen, now he's in main stairs, hoping to catch at least an attacker or 2. And look at the amount of time they've wasted around here, Aggressive. They only have 55 seconds. Majority of the gunfights have been made from second floor, and here comes a gunfight from Easy. Impact, nades, lesion, goo mines, a lot of problems. Somehow gets away with the kill.
Easy.
Lots of utilities. Easy once again gets away with 3, but Lone Soldier is still here to drop things out. But here comes Dovtukeen right in the nick of time to secure a round win once again. Look at that. Look at the amount of powerful positionings that you see from Triple. Once you see Easy being removed out, you saw Dovtukeen just swing back to take his role and hold Blue like it was their own side. Basement Church wasn't even their side. Blue Room was the side for Triple to hold down to, and they held so beautifully, man. I just cannot. Second floor, distractions over distractions. The more focus that they made on second floor gym, the more time that they wasted. And once they realized, oh wait, Basement Church is a site, we forgot to open the hatch. What are we going to do now? Next thing you know, they push from Blue, knowing that they don't have a single amount of time. Not a single hatch has been opened up. And Triple, they were like, you know what? We don't have to worry about multiple angles. They're coming from Blue. All we have to do is just let them arrive right at our crosshairs and get those kills. And my god, the amount of cooked nades, impacts, goo mines that we've seen in a single room was just so much, man. There was so much utilities in one single room.
Yep. It's just, I don't know how to put this in words, because Triple, they lost out on 2 of their members pretty early on. Dovtukeen was able to find that first kill, but because of Lone Soldier, he got the double trades. After that, I was like, okay, Nobles, they have full control of the entire map. There's no way they're going to lose this one, right? They had proper control over onto Kitchen. They were slowly but surely establishing full control, but then came Easy with his raw mechanical skill. You can never count raw mechanical skill whenever you're testing out a strategy or you put a strat plan in mind. You can't say that Nobles played that badly. They had someone coming in from Blue Stairs. They had someone coming in from Garage. They had another person on top on the Blue Hatch. Nobles, they played their cards right. They just lost out on the gunfights. When you lose an aim duel, what can you say even? Other than the players just cracked. And I got dumpstered on. That's kind of the analogy here because, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no other way that you can pressure blue from any of the sides. If no one was on hatch, then I would say, yeah, someone could have played from the hatch, but even hatch was covered.
Hatch was
He just
covered.
isolated all of the 1v1s.
3 players were roaming. And it's actually in the name. Triple Esports, 3 roams. Dovtukin, Easy, John. Dovtukin was playing more of like a sort of a hybrid roam type because he was playing
There's a
pitch,
saying for it, right?
and yeah.
Hover or something. He hovers with. There was a certain saying. I forgot the name of it.
Is it like float like a caliber, sting like a bee?
No. Like a person that roams on pretty much the site floor. He doesn't go anywhere else. He's not an anchor per se, but he plays like an anchor by staying close by.
Flex? He's a flex? Hybrid?
I'll find the technical term for that later. I forgot about it. It's been a while since we last seen that kind of playstyle. If a roamer is roaming, he's probably somewhere on the other side of the map.
Yeah, pretty much so. His main goal is to, cause a lot
Divide
of
and
distraction for the
conquer.
team. Divide and conquer. All right. So once again, we will see the mountain being in play from Garage Catwalk. So let's see how Triple would, play for this. Good trick being made from the Bandit. 1 exothermic charge. Poof. Gone. Now Dovtukin will be very much worried about this Mountain who's just, staring at them menacingly. At this point,
he's
he's
just
just
staring
gaining
at them.
info as of now. Yeah, he's just gaining info for now. He's just, oh no, C4 tossed. Half a damage. Now we see another C4 being tossed here from Dovtukin. Pretty much sure that is not the case. Lone Soldier, Maverick's blowtorch will come in effect to try to open up second floor CCTV. It will succeed because John is in basement. Breach will be made, and also the Vulcan shield will dissipate for a very long amount of time. So the Montaigne is basically there to just remove some of the utilities. So now they can push to Garage Catwalk, but they have to win these duels. And with the help of Montaigne giving those distractions, this could be more than enough for Nobles to find an opening here. And looks like that's the opening that they need.
Yep. You gotta give it up.
Oh no!
No!
Oh no!
Where was that other Vulcan shield?
There was a second Vulcan shield. Oh no!
Where was that Vulcan shield? I didn't even see it anywhere over towards the garage side. Things are not looking that good for them. Easy GG's trying to open things up with one more kill, but they're not able to find anything here. It's already a 5 versus 3, and they're dropping like flies. Pure Risky finally able to take down John. But they're just trying to pick up the fallen pieces. They haven't even pieced anything together of how to even entry on towards this site at this point. And the members of Triple, they're just already running on back. Lone Soldier catches out Stole. And now, things are looking a little bit better, but not by much. Baba, they only cleared out the roamers with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Look at where they are!
Oh man, their coordination is just gone. Garage Catwalk is still not in their hands aggressive, and this is very concerning for Nobles. And here comes Dr. Kane once again, not letting Nobles push a single step towards Garage Catwalk, but Easy might have found a way to get in towards the side. Lone Soldier 1v2, but all they've got to do is just waste a lot of time. And Easy just, you know what, we don't need time. I'll just get the kill instead. Triple Esports. How just...
Where was that Vulcan shield?
I just don't know what to say about that double Vulcan placement. I mean, how can we expect two Vulcans? How? Just a how?
Yeah, the Montaigne's just not going to be ready for that. And another problem is that Montaigne wouldn't even know. There's no way he would have known even.
He was like, all right, he already expended his one Vulcan shield. What can go wrong? I can just push all the way from Garage Catwalk, provide nuisance. Dovtukin just said, haha, I just thrown my trap card. Just a second one.
That's the actual trap card. Like, who would even think of that? Like, he just spent the entire game He's like, okay, I'm gonna make sure they are not able to take garage no matter what happens. Place is too goddamn. Where were the other canisters then? This guy has what? 6 canisters, right? If I remember properly. Spread all across the map like that? Good God, man. 6 on 3, and the members of Triple, they just pulled off a Houdini on all of us.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Match point for Triple aggressive. 6-3. I kid you not, I'm actually having the time of this life, man. Especially Triple, just the outplays that I'm seeing right now is just absolutely insane. I just love it. I just love every single moment of it. Oh boy. Okay, easy already. An initial kill out by removing Fares. I believe it was an early spawn peak, but it's not going to win that gunfight nonetheless. So easy finding out the opening would at least lessen the impact of the roam games being made from Triple. So you could say that nobles are free to push in from CCTV without facing any problems, but you still gotta worry about Dovtakin and John, because this triple roam game that we are seeing right now is just very hard to penetrate, especially with Dovtakin playing from upstairs, John playing from garage. Okay, an aggressive placement. Not quite sure if it's a good idea for triple, especially when you have to worry about important lines of sight. And just like I talked about it, Priyazarski will win it, only to get refract from Dovtakin. Easy is still present. Grass Catwalk will be a pain for them, so it's best for them to just, make a last stand on the site instead of holding on towards CCTV. You still have C4s for denial. You even have the bulletproof cams. But this placement from Dovtakin, oh boy, this could be huge. Oh boy, there you go. Pure Risky's gone. 3v3, run out. No, won't be able to find one, but information will be given. Sky Guardian all the way from main stairs. But this 3v3 could go anywhere. But Nobles, they have to win this, or else Triple will secure the first match point.
Another thing, because of Frost went in for such an aggressive peak from the run out from CCTV, he already got information that no one is playing Garage. And if no one's playing Garage, that means all the players are over towards Jacuzzi. Dovtakin's gonna be able to catch out the player coming in from the central stairs. Guards gets another one, and now it's all up to the last player. Shotgun in hand, just shoot it right through the smoke. He has the time and he has the shadow in his crosshairs ready, baby. And with that, they take it all away. The members of Triple, they take a 6-3 victory, going up against Nobles on their home turf, mind you. Baba. Nobles, they are possibly in shock. Unconventional setups, proper team play and coordination. I was a little bit scared right off the bat when I saw the attacking side, because the attack just did not look that good for them at all. And I repeat this, it did not show any form of team play and coordination. But then came the defensive rounds, and oh my god, it was like a complete and utter 180. The team was playing together, they were going in for interesting strategies, no over-aggressive peaks, constant trades, and they were very confident in their dual potential. And Nobles just fell apart. They did not know how to deal with it. They took a timeout, and even that timeout did not help because of one particular thing. They just kept taking duels without information in some cases, and in some scenarios they had the information, they had the proper planning and the proper idea, but Triple just out-aimed them. What else can you say? They just got out-aimed.
I mean, even if you look at their, positioning on defense, Dovtakin was currently playing like a middleman. Middleman as in he was. Sometimes you could see him go do the roam games. Sometimes you see him play as the anchor role, like we did saw on Garage Catwalk. And the unexpected placements that you've seen clearly shows that Nobles didn't have a lot of information to go through in the first place. They have to be very careful, especially with Solus being in play. A lot of attack drones will be hunted, especially in the prep phase itself. So let's take a look at the match summary itself of Map Clubhouse. 7-3. I'm pretty sure that it will be Triple Esports who just dominated on defense. 12 kills from Dovtakin, 80% cost, and first kill. 4 first kills. And I've got to say, for Triple Esports, this is looking very strong for them. They will win map Clubhouse, map number 2 Villa. It is their map pick, but it could favor for Nobles if things go south.
Statistics wise, I do believe that both teams are pretty much the same.
Yeah, it is.
Overall statistics, they're exactly the same, but one of the main issues that Nobles faced was that there were no trades coming in at all. And the thing is, they had trades set up, but they were not able to capitalize on the setups that they were making. I don't get it here, Baba, because come on. You need to win those trades. You can't give it up like that. You need to be confident in your own raw mechanical skill to make that happen. And this is something that I go by. If you're not having a good day when you're taking entries or taking those first initial duels, at least play for the trade. Know that, hey, if a teammate dies, at least I can trade him out, right? It's just not happening here in any way, shape, and form. Nobles, you gotta pick yourself back up for map number 2. Otherwise, things are not gonna be looking that good for you. Strong performance in terms of strategy, but when it came down to the execution, they need to still work on it. Go back to the drawing board. If you have a coach, just talk to him and try and bring yourselves together.
And 12 and 10 deaths to Ferez and John. Most of the trades that had happened came from Ferez and John, because both of them were roaming on defense, right? Sometimes you see them, play as the Oryx. We did see them play as the Frost, I believe. Frost, I saw it was from Dove to Kin, but the most death was from Ferez and John. But it was mainly because it was the roams. The roamers succeeded in their job by wasting a lot of time for Nobles, and by the time they secured the kill, they were only left with just a minute. They were just left with 30 seconds. It was just huge time being wasted around from Triple Esports that they've secured. But what will happen from map number 2 Villa, we'll be able to see that with a short little break. Well, we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. 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 Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Zotac Gaming TEC Invitational for Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, as we are back with map number 2, the fight between this important matchup between Nobles and Triple Esports. Triple Esports made a fantastic performance on a map Clubhouse, securing map number 1, and now we are here to talk about map number 2, Villa. Aggressive. We've seen map number 1 go at the hands of Triple. Will we see Nobles fling back and win map number 2, Villa?
I do believe that creativity will pretty much determine everything here. After what we saw from Triple, man, I have no idea what's going to happen here in Villa. Clubhouse, you
Mhm.
can be as creative on that map because of how long this map has been in the map pool. Pretty much everyone knows this place in and out. Villa, on the other hand, does not get played as often as a lot of people think. It's a really good map. Yeah, a lot of people do like it. It does get picked up, but not as often. Plus, it has a lot of creative ways that you can play the map, considering the sheer size of it, plus the balconies. The attack and the defense have a lot to play around with here. And I really want to see what Triple can do with it, and also the members of Noble. Nobles needs to just figure out how to take these gunfights little bit better. You need to concentrate on your angles. You are spending so much time worrying about the macro gameplay that you are not really focusing on your micros. And Triple, they're just outclassing them on the ladder and slightly ahead of them when it comes down to their macro gameplay as well. Take it slow, take it steady, use the engagements properly, and Triple banning out that Jackal. Smart thing from their end, because, yeah, you don't want to not be able to roam on Villa. Villa and roaming is pretty much do like two peas in pod.
Yep. We'll see if nobles can, make sure to fix their fix their mistakes on map number 1. Now see whether if they can, replicate it on map number 2. Make sure that they would make a better performance on Villa. And the ban phase itself looks really good. I mean, at this point, it's as standard as you can see. Osa and Jackal, Aruni and Azami will be banned on the side of defense. So there's a lot of, utility wise which is related to protection has been removed out. So it's either a lot of traps or defenders heavily utilizing their information game. So with Goyo and Smoke still being opened
Wait,
up, second floor
no.
ABG will be a lot of pain. And John, once
He's
again,
not
they're bringing the
serious.
Grim. I mean, I've seen Joseph play Grim twice when they went up against Mercenaries, right? I kid you not. I saw Joseph play Grim twice.
Nah.
On a map like Theme Park, when they went up against Mercenaries, they ended up securing rounds. But this, for now, we're not going to see Grim being brought out. So a 6-pick will be made back to the Iana. And Easy will also swap back from the Ash 2 to the Cabby. So they're heavily relying on information game with the help of cams. And not just cams.
No
They're just here
mute.
to, yeah. They don't have mute. So this actually looks
that
a
Dokebi
good
is
decision
loud.
from Easy, because the Kebby, he doesn't have to worry about mute jammers. And
Yep.
once Easy gives a call from the logic bomb, it's going to be a lot of pain to deal with. Pure Risky once again playing very close to the breach that the attackers usually comes from the push. So maybe he could catch one of the players off guard, but he's not going to be able to find one. So once he reaches that certain amount of limit, he'll just, fall back, use his gadget, and see what else he can find through. Shock drone will be detected, and Pure Risky will make sure to deny it as fast as possible before it does major damage to their defensive hold. The call once has been made, and now they know that the Kebby is in play. Nobles, on the other hand, they're just waiting very patiently. The EDDs will help them to deal major damage for the attackers so that they can have the
He has
advantage in
astronomy?
winning gunfight. Yep, control and astronomy is theirs. Second floor ABG is exactly their site. And now, as we see the attackers slowly inching their way, we're about to see guards about to meet one of the players. But no, he just ran away to safety all the way from Red Stairs. He's safe. And I'm quite intrigued to see Nobles just cautiously falling back, but turns out it's just causing a lot of problems for them. Gunfights will be made. Nobles will start to take the advantage. They still have 90 control. Joseph and Sky Guardian secures 2 kills. Fares and guards, an important one, because that is the Twitch and Sledge taken care of.
It's now all up to the Ash to maybe find a kill. Dove to Keen. Beautiful crosser placement for the man. Good for the first. Knows one plays over on the other side of the ball. Joseph, you gotta hit that shot, buddy. And he's gonna be able to get it. Gets another frag and a very important one to boot. Plus, without an Aruni to worry about, it could just work. Pure Risky on the back end. He's going to be able to shut down one more player. Diana does the damage, gets another kill, shuts it down over to a 1v1 scenario. And now he just needs to figure out where exactly Lone Soldier could be. And you do not have a better op than this to hold down the line. Diana can easily gain all the information that she needs. Plus, that fire is not going to do anything to the replicator. Player has been spotted over to the other side of Vault, and now he's going to be able to run his way in. He knows exactly where the player is, just need to wait out the canister, then work their way forward. Noise has been made that he's running over to the other side, trying to bait out as many of these possibilities as he can, and Lone Soldier just waiting for the timing, that small audio cue that he needs to go in for that peak. 34 seconds left on the clock. A Mexican standoff between both of these players. Got to go for a hold and a pre-fire to finish it off. Beautifully done. Nobles, they take the first round, but this round really did take a lot out of them.
Oh man, Lone Soldier
That
just
shot should not have
swished and
landed.
flicked. Yeah, that shouldn't have landed, but somehow it actually did. Right in the head. It was just a swish and a flick while he casted Wingardium Leviosa. Uh. Round 1 at the hands of Nobles, and now we are proceeding to round number 2 with the site, second floor trophy and sanctuary room. This time we'll be seeing Rook being brought out from Nobles, an interesting choice. Rook-Dog combo in play, which means that we should be able to expect a higher chances of run out, aggressive plays, because you also have the Dog. And the maximum, overheal goes all the way towards 140 or maybe 130. So with the help of Rook's protection plates giving you an extra 10 HP, higher chances of being downed. You still have the stim pistol, so put yourself, back up to full HP, but that's the only extra life that you can ever get. So the same thing goes to all 5 defenders. So this armor plate could actually help them save lives, and especially when it comes to those trade games, Nobles has a really good chance at not only just removing the players, but also having a chance to mitigate the trade game that's been playing around from Triple's side, because every single gunfight you've seen, it always ends up in a 1v1 gunfight at late rounds. So Nobles bringing in Rook might be the answer to their question.
Looks to be the case. Trouble on the other hand, though. What did they have in store for this particular round? Guards playing on a Montaigne. Now, that is a slight bit unconventional compared to what we normally see him play. I don't know. It feels like the 2 players that are absolutely cracked out with their aim, they're not the ones who play these aggressive characters. They're normally the ones who play defensive. John coming out from the side, gets a good catch, and the trade over onto 1. Now Lone Soldier, his position's already been revealed, but he's just baiting for Joseph. Joseph's gonna be able to waiting around the corner, does get a free shot over onto 1, and he's gonna be able to possibly get another one here too. Not the timing for him. Joseph gets caught out here, and Lone Soldier is just here to pick up the pieces over from the side. Needs 1 more kill, and Lone Soldier gets the secondary, baby. 1 versus 3 on the map, and his entire team just fell flat on their faces. Dovtukin, though, he's a 1-man army. Good for the first, but he's not going to be able to get the second. Good swing from Sky Guardian to finish things off in style. The Nobles,
Yep, that's what
they hold down the fort.
Absolutely aggressive. Nobles bringing things back as they will secure yet another defensive round win. And the pure amount of confusion that they brought upon from Triple Esports, forcing them to focus on both the angles, on second floor statue, second floor trophy, and also on red stairs, which in fact was a quick rush and a half from the bandit. I believe he was coming all the way either from Astro's Rays, or he just opened up the hatch from Laundry, where he just sprinted all the way towards the red stairs in order to get the kill. And mind you, that was an important kill at that, because you even saw Joseph making a very risky play. The Montaigne was right in front of him, and then Joseph just decides, you know what? I have a lot of protection from Rook, so I can withstand a damage or 2. So he just sprints in, gets the kill, almost secures a kill off from the Montaigne, but doesn't get the proper headshot because, he was... most of the bullets was hit from the shield. But all in all, that risky maneuvers that we've seen from Nobles, they do it time and time again. We either see it from Pure Risky, from Easy, sometimes we see it from Joseph. And that's what Noble stands for. They are known for making those risky decisions, and they end up securing most of those rounds. But with high risk comes high responsibility. They keep making risk over and over again. Somehow, or some way, we might see them falter, we might see them face the consequences, and that's the only thing that I'm afraid of from the side of Noble. So they've got to, they've got to reduce the riskiness a bit and try to be passive at least on some certain rounds, because Triple, if they understand the rhythm, and that rhythm is more than enough to secure the kill, but oh boy,
Here's
Forez
why.
didn't expect that there was two players from second floor trophy, and look at the heavy damage that Nobles is dealing right now.
Perez, he really just needed not to go in for that duel, and Pure Risky is just causing damage all around. I expected their mental to be broken here, heading on down over onto Villa, but they did the homework and Triple. They're just getting caught out round after round. They're not really losing out on duels, but they're just over peaking without question. No need to take fights like this. Take your time for it, and now it's down to a 1 versus 5 with guards trying to pick up the pieces once again. Will they be able to do it? Not even gonna happen. Pure Risky just swings out and takes the engagement and just showcases that, hey, you talked about my raw mechanical skill in the last game. Don't worry about it. I was just warming up. Because here on Villa, I'm out here to play and make sure I land each and every headshot and showcase to you exactly why I deserve to be on this roster.
P90 is a weapon that has high fire rate but deals less damage. And you need to be very precise with that gun. That's why you always see him switch from SMG to close range and P90 to long range, especially with the extended barrel in play. But if I have to talk about Triple though, they're still struggling to secure a round on attack. That is definitely causing them a lot of problems, especially in the first half. No changes being made from the attackers as of now. We did get to see a Montaigne pick being made, but this time they decided to remove the Montaigne, bring in the IQ this time, so that they might be able to detect Solace. Solace has been the main target. Solace have to be the main target for Triple, because take a look at the KDA from Pure Risky. 5 kills, 1 death. Well, he needs to be stopped. And for Triple Esports, the quicker they stop Pure Risky, the better that they have, the better the chances that they have in securing the site.
They need to play smart about this one too. They can't be overly aggressive. They need to take their time and take these engagements one at a time. For Nobles though, they need to circumvent the pressure. Lone Soldier is already gonna get spotted out, and Forez finally able to get that first opening frag. Pure Risky's off the board, and just as you stated here, Baba, he's one of their targeted players, and because now that he's gone, it's looking to be a lot better. A Lone Soldier, his position's already been given away, and now he's gonna get pincered. That call's giving so much info, but the shots are still better. Good trades from either side. Forez gets his secondary. Triple. They got the 2 kills that they wanted. They have the man advantage to play around with, and they still have 2 minutes left on the clock. This is where you reset, regroup together, get power positions across the map, and drone out everything before you make that second call. Dokkaebi still has 1 call to play with. No mute jammers. So how are you going to use it? You're going to find that out soon enough.
Proximity mines giving away the players from main stairs, and that is the location of Forez. Sky Guardian is being very patient about this. Once again, utilities being thrown out. Cooked nade from John will succeed, removing Joseph out of the equation. So now it's just 2 players who are currently outside the side. Calls will be given.
Yep, that's
Sky
what
Guardian
says.
gets caught from Perez. Now it's easy. The Oryx with the T5 SMG, who needs to make a play. See whether if they can handle out a 4-0 lead. But it's a difficult task to talk about, because he will be heavily met with crossfire angles. So once if he makes a kill, well, he's about to get refragged nonetheless. Look at that, my god. You have
kill,
3 angles. It was like 3 angles. 1 from the side, 1 from study, and 1 from aviator's room. How can you escape from that deadly angle aggressive? How? Just how? It's an impossible task.
You just can't. You got stuck pretty much on an island, trying to maybe find a kill or 2 just to pad your stats at that point. Triple on the other side though, good adaptations from them. They understood that, hey, As long as the Solus is on the map, we are not really going to be able to get anything done here. Take out the Solus, do the Dokkaebi call, get the player that he's playing with off the map, then we can take control wherever we want to go. I like the fact that members of Triple just did not opt to overcommit to anything. They regrouped together, Baba. Remember what I was saying? You got 2 kills. You have the man advantage. Regroup together. Don't start pushing anything. Just wait. They took their time, got together again, placed all of their utility properly, droned out first, and then made the call. And that call was used to establish 2 kills. Those kind of resets don't happen often. And that only happens when a team is extremely disciplined.
I mean, I still have to commend Lone Soldier though. Once he realized that he was in trouble, he was like, if I die, at least I will take one with them. And that kill, once he removed Dovtakin, that Zofia had so much utilities that could have helped them, you know, have major damage to their end. Okay, oh boy, not quite good though for Joseph. An attempt of a run out from the window side of bedroom. Turns out it did not quite work out well in his end. John will secure one. There goes Joseph with his 3 stim pistols, which could have helped him heal a lot of HP for his teammates. But in the end, all that Joseph will give is a free kill and 4 Triple's higher chances to securing their attack, with them slowly gaining control on second floor master bedroom. And Pure Risky once again doing a lot of risky stuffs. Look at the information that he's gaining right now. Shock drones, claymores, info drones. But now all he needs to do is just convert those into kills. But I believe the longer contestation will be into his Astro, so he will be met with heavy resistance. Easy will push in towards the bedroom side. And also Lone Soldier. So you have crossfire angles present. All they've got to do is just find the kills. But Dovtakin just said, nope, not gonna happen. There goes Pure Risky. All the way from laundry side. Cook Grenade will secure one. Actually, the gun will secure one. So is Ferez, who gets a triple kill. And now it's Sky Guardian. Once again, Nobles are facing major hassle in the side of second floor trophy and statuary room, because he's the only one left. And now with Sky Guardian, with no help, he's all left by himself. Forrest sees him, but somehow doesn't get the kill. What just happened? 1v3, and now it's post-plant? No, it's actually not. Guards will not go in for the plant this time. He's going to reposition in a very safe place. Post-plant will be done. And now, only 45 seconds for Sky Guardian to clutch.
That was a smart play coming in from the members of Triple as well. They took the engagements together as a squad. They got that early levels of control over towards Astronomy, and then opted to go in for those pushes.
How is Sky
They
Guardian?
nearly saw each other.
He's just so... Oh,
Oh,
no.
he's gonna whack him with a hammer.
Not the hammer. Not the hammer. Oh!
He's like, it's hammer time. He couldn't get the bonk though.
Unfortunately, he was unbonked. That has definitely got to hurt. Although, good attempt though from Dovtakin.
Perfect. Bonk.
I mean, for a moment there, he actually channeled his inner Thor, but unfortunately, he was not worthy.
Sledge needs a Thor
I'm just
skin.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Come on, Marvel.
It was just.
Marvel.
It was just a Thor lineup. All right, Dovtakin is an amazing player. All right, I'm just kidding. Don't worry. Dovtakin is a good guy, right? I was just trying to make a fun. No offense.
But Baba, imagine if Sledge had a Thor skin. Yes.
Yes.
Marvel
That could happen.
crossover event when?
It could happen. I mean, we have crossovers from WWE. You know, you have The Undertaker and Becky Lynch.
Not gonna lie, if that kind of thing happened, I'm pretty sure that Marvel would not say no.
I mean, we might see crossovers from Marvel. It could happen. Maybe we could see like a crossover from Star Wars. That could happen too.
10 seconds remaining.
One of these days, I'm gonna see a lightsaber coming out of one of these characters. That's gonna be the golden days. Hey, but hey, imagine if someone's using the Stormtrooper skin. Then we can make that joke that he has Stormtrooper aim if he misses shots.
I just feel bad for those stormtroopers, man. Feels bad. Round number 6. There you go. 2-3 Triple Esports. After 3 rounds of not being able to secure their attack, now they're slowly adapting to the situation that they're in right now. Triple Esports once again, the Kebi calls, no changes whatsoever in their operators, and Easy will be the one who'll bring in the Goyo. Nobles are currently the one facing a lot of issues, because if the first half ends in a 3-3 once again, this could cause a major repeat on what exactly happened on Clubhouse, and this time it should be best for Easy to fall back, because that's a lot of players. No,
Wait, the drone!
Claymore!
The drone hole!
Easy forgot. Oh no, the Claymore. Oh, that has got to
Oh,
hurt.
come on, stop moving!
Stim pistol from Joseph. Oh, he'll get it, but that's a lot of damage being dealt here, aggressive. It's a 3v5, C4 not being able to secure a kill. And there goes your C4. They don't have C4s, they don't have any explosive utilities. And Nobles, they're just feeling the heat right now. They're feeling the pressure, aggressive.
Everything that could have gone wrong is just going wrong one by one. But Triple, they're still in a pretty tight pinch. They're trying to rush this engagement a little bit too much. They need to take their time. The calls are going off all around. My ears are hurting in every way, shape, and form. But still, the bodies are dropping on towards the floor. Guards spotted out one of the players on the other side of Sanctuary. They need to work their way up. The diffuser going on in. And now they have the timing. They have the corner. Leo.
Okay,
What?
Joseph?
What?
Joseph? What
I
was
just do
that
your dance.
flick?
I don't want to see that again. I
Hail
really
Mary Joseph.
want to see that.
I want to see it. I just want to see it. Holy Joseph.
Nah.
Holy
No
Joseph.
way.
He just delivered a miracle, aggressive.
Just look at this guy. What was that
and he just
flick?
delivered a miracle.
Okay, what was that flick? He just casually aim left, snapped his way over to the head of the other player. And I'm here like, that's why I just stopped talking. I was like, wait,
Yeah,
Joseph, you're not gonna do this, right?
Man.
There's no goddamn way he just did that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I have no words at this point. Triple. It was a 1v3, and Joseph just said. Now this looks like a job for me. He just did it. Clutched it out on a post plant.
Plus, he did a couple of friendship dances too at the end.
5 seconds to go.
But now here comes a roll
The
swap.
man
Now.
has a lot
2
of
to
friends.
4. Yep.
Attackers must
You know,
locate
this was
and defuse the
expected to
bomb.
end on a 3-3 scoreline for Triple Esports, but a 2v4 scoreline might have chances for Nobles if they have firm grip on their attack coordination. So it needs to be precise, it needs to be well coordinated, and if any distractions that has been laid from Triple Esports get caught on, and if Triple Esports come back on defense, then that is definitely not looking good from their end. That is for sure.
Gotta see how this is gonna pan out for them from here, though. Triple, how over aggressive do you want to play in? How often do you want to take these one-on-one engagements against them now that you know you're in a pretty hefty disadvantage?
Bomb located by attackers.
John gets the timing. Risky? What are you doing on your own with Iana?
Man.
Attackers dropped the
Actually was trying to bait the defenders and think it was just a Gemini replicator, but yeah, I believe the attack drone information didn't give much. Oh boy, too close for comfort. And Guts just said, yeah, I'll be taking that kill. Don't mind if I do. Another kill, triple. My goodness, the revenge is too sweet. And turns out Legion's dancing. Legion's dancing. And John gets the final kill. What is happening? Triple Esports are just...
That's a flawless too. They didn't take even one bullet of damage.
They're just chilling.
They did not take one bullet of damage, Baba.
It's a flawless round win, not a single damage talent. Not a single damage.
Hey, they're
Not a single
friends. Hey, they're
utilities was
friends.
spent. Yeah, but they're friends though. But they're friends. No offense. They're good friends. They're good friends.
Uh,
3 to 4. Especially on round number 8. At this time, you might be thinking, Triple Esports. We've seen them win a lot of defensive rounds on Clubhouse. Surely they can repeat the same thing on Map Villa, right? Maybe Nobles? I mean, we've seen them make risky maneuvers time over time. And hey, look, a Pickle Rick charm. It's actually nice to see that.
Michael Rick.
But yeah, all in all, let's just, focus on the game. Round number 8. We will, I think, we're not going to see a mute Mozzie combo, but we will just see a Mozzie being brought out. So, drones will be hindered a bit. Roams will be given info games. Not a lot of traps being initialized, so this will be a full-on roam game. So for the attackers, the Kebi is a must, so is the Twitch. Shock drone that can help them eliminate some important utilities, and it's just the usual stuff that you can expect from Nobles. No changes, meta operators, we won't be able to see anything out of the ordinary. And now John will hear some
Where's his
footprints,
C4?
and especially I think he's just going to hear for some sound cues. Maybe he has some information from first floor laundry room, and Perez is actually going to give them some information. Okay. A lot of shots been dealt around. Does he know the player? Yes, he does, but it will be easy. We'll secure the kill and deny the C4 too, only to get refragged from the Valkyrie Andres. 4v4 calls will be given. Location's been compromised, but still Triple won't be able to find a way, or actually Nobles won't be able to find a way, because this quick frag is going to put Nobles into a very big hole.
He's playing towards Saturday, but I don't like the chances. The timing's there. One of them saw the head. Guards is not going to be able to find a finishing blow on that, though. He's a run on back, and looking at John's positioning, John is in a golden state to try and get something done from here. Timing is everything, and Guards needs to give that one up. All the way on towards the back of Astronomy. Has a deployable shield to play around with as well. So at the end of the day, it is not time for him to get taken out. The Womai staying alive for this long changes everything for them. His utility alone can change the tides of battle. A lot of calls being given, a lot of information being gained. And hey, I'm pretty sure the bottom floors are completely clear and out in the open. John has the positioning. He needs to try and find the kill though. Baiting it out from the side. He is getting a bit too overly aggressive, and that could cost him there. John, you need to play it safe because your buddy's back in towards side. Yeah, they're not having a nice time.
The only thing that they have right now is just info. You can see the yellow pings. Pushes will be made, but Sky Guardian catches him off the act. Just like that, a trap has been set. But the trap for Nobles, though, is actually ticking. 54 seconds. And they need to go in for a plant. They have the control on man count. They still don't have control on the side. A lot of important lines of sight have been opened up. Dr. Kin only have one smoke. We'll use it from the courtroom. Now, you still need to worry about some certain players and some certain controls, and that is towards the Astro room. Second cooked grenade. Will that catch off the player? Yes, it does. And looks like Vamai has let off his guard and give away the Astro control at the hands of Nobles. Now, pressure is continuing for Triple Esports as they're slowly starting to lose their grasp off of the side. Flashes from Dr. Ken. He's going to lose that gunfight from second floor statue. And now it's just the MX4 Storm. The Storm is contained, and Nobles will stay true to their name. Round number 8 in their hands, and they will continue their lead as they will win their attack round in round number 8. 5-3. As we proceed to round number 9, Triple Esports, once they had the advantage, now turns out they do not.
They lost the control over in the bathroom way too quickly. There needed to be a player set up close by so at least they can hold. They didn't need to worry about the Astronomy push as much because, hey, why do you need to worry about Astronomy if you have a player close by over on towards Trophy who's watching Astronomy from behind the desk? There was a lot of options they could have gone in for, and the members of Triple, they just fell flat on their face there in that particular round. Nobles, on the other hand, good adaptations, good isolation of angles, and they also use the Dokkaebi calls to perfection. I'm expecting the mute to play a lot more of a bigger part now. because those Dokkaebi calls were pretty much the main reason why all of this happened. Good adaptations from Triple, picking up the Dokkaebi now. Oh, sorry, picking up that mute cancels out anything the Dokkaebi could have done. Plus, I'm hoping that maybe the mute jammers are placed in key positions, not only inside of the site, but also outside of the site, allowing the roamers to play a much more of a different game.
True. Absolutely true, aggressive. They'll be needing those mute jammers to make sure that if a Dokkaebi call has been laid, they don't have to just, tap on their phone 5 to 6 times. They can just stay near a mute jammer and just cancel it instead. So that should at least help Triple Esports in countering the info game. But now, since we are going to see Grim being brought up from Joseph, this is exactly what I'm very interested to see here. We've seen the same thing when they went up against MercenarieZ, and they did end up securing a lot of rounds by bringing in Grim. But this is a different map. And I'm quite intrigued to see how Grim would work out on a map like Villa, especially on a side being on second floor AVG. Actually,
It'll be
statue.
interesting.
Apologies. Statue.
Yeah.
Apologies.
It'll be interesting, but for me, I do believe the Grim's gonna give them a good chunk of information that they can play with. That alone could get them a couple of kills if they're able to just win out on the duels. Ooh boy, they're playing with fire for this one, and John, he doesn't miss those, has the perfect pixel and a headshot to boot. Yana gets taken off the table, and that's perfect for them. They also have the Thunderbird stations over towards the back end of the side to just take these scrappy duels as much as they want. As long as they don't die, they have the resources to just keep on taking engagements and force them back and make the attackers use a lot more utility than they need to try and even get into the building.
I still need to be careful on Astro, and so is Dope to Kin.
Yeah, they're doing calls, but it's not working.
Yeah, they're giving calls. Okay, that is a very risky rush. He knew that the Dokkaebi isn't towards code, but guards will still be there. He's going to hold off the potential catastrophe that was about to cause on the second floor site. But the Grim's Hive Stingers, once again, is going to not help anything at the moment. But still, it's a 2v4 situation. Both Lone Soldier and Joseph are in a very bad spot. Once again, location could reveal. Thunderbird, what are you doing in that position? Perez will get picked out. Lone Soldier, he gets the opening. Oh no, okay.
Why? What is happening?
What is happening?
Why are you running to the other side?
Everyone's running in master bedroom. What is happening?
I know you guys are tired. I know it's nearly getting close to what? 12 a.m. You want to go to sleep, but I don't think you're supposed to sleep in that bed in the game. Good God. Very scrappy round from the side of Triple, but at the same time, Nobles, at least, I guess they put up a good fight.
They knew where those two players were. So one of them decided to push from the bedroom side. Actually, two of them were in bedroom side. And the Thunderbird had no idea that one of the players were playing way too close from the windows. And decided to prone. Oh, man. That has got to hurt for Triple. If it wasn't for guards, I'm pretty sure this would have been a lost cause for Triple. This could have gone to OT. This could have gone to match point. And I'm not quite sure whether if Grim is working or not, but at least it has succeeded in forcing the roamers to not enter up the Astro stairs. That's the only thing that Joseph can do at this point. The Hives shoots at the stairs. That will deny any defenders who are making their push, because if they enter into that hive, the bee's hive, their location will be detected. But there isn't any lethal or non-lethal damage to it. So the roamers can push, but they have to make a risk. And in doing so, might end up having a lot of problems for them if one of the attackers are holding that important line of sight. So basically, Grim is an efficient tool when it comes to blocking out some of the roamers, but it also forces them on a 50-50 challenge duel where the attackers have the advantage, but they still need to win their challenging gunfights. If they lose the gunfights, then it's gone. So timeout has come to an end. Nobles needs to realize that if they secure 2 rounds on attack, they will get map number 2 and go all the way to Skyscraper. And this time, second floor AVG once again. Mira will be brought in from Dove to Kin. So for the attackers, will we see Joseph bring in Grim? Or will he stick to the meta operators like the Twitch? We're about to find out. Round 10 is opened. So is the site. Let's see what Nobles are going to do now with the timeout being, come to an end.
4-on-5. Not really a lot of interesting pickups from the members of Triple because, again, without Aruni, it does make this second floor hold a lot more difficult when you think about it, right, Baba? Whenever you do have an Aruni, at least with the Surya Gates, if I remember right, yeah, the Surya Gates just completely block off any rush that could be coming in, also makes the attackers waste a lot of utility to try and block it off. You have a lot of options to play with, and it slows down the attack to a crawl. Now, without those Surya Gates, what do you have to try and counteract them? Mirror windows, but those mirror windows are not always going to give you a lot of value if you're not able to find those proper engagements. You're just stuck in a position that Triple don't want to be in. This side could easily be one of their weakest, unless they get that first frag, but I don't think it's going to happen. Perez?
Oh, he missed the trade. Oh no, this is definitely not going to look good, especially for the Legion. He was supposed to be in the positioning, but Easy decides to match the timing. But great timing on removing the shock drone that could have almost opened up the Mira wall. So Easy's going to have a hard time. So here comes John with the protection grenade, not being able to secure the kill, but Easy is in a very frenzy mood. Goes very aggressive from these Astro, and that might have cost him his life. There goes Easy, removing Easy. Okay, there's actually 2 Easy, I just realized. But all the way, if I just focus on the match, Astro is currently in big trouble. So it's best for Triple to fall back and be in safety. But yeah, I just realized there are 2 Easys on both the teams.
Yes, the better Easy one.
Yeah, it's
I'm not going to say who's the better Easy. No.
It's I.
I'm not going to say which Easy. Yes, I Easy.
It's like the...
Ronaldo. Yeah.
Ah. Sweet.
God damn it, dude. No. No. We're not going to talk about that. What we are going to be talking about is in towards the game. Astronomy control has been given away. They have a lot of room to play with. But the thing is, that room is not really giving them much because John is still running around from below, being such a nuisance. Where is this guy even getting these kills from? Where is he? It's like the mosquito that I have now flying around in my room, constantly biting at my toes. And Nobles, they have to face the exact same problem. John, he's doing everything to try and be a nuisance. He's dividing their attention to the point where they can't even work their way in properly. They have proper control over onto the hallway, but Lone Soldier, he's gonna take the pig! That was the most ambitious fight that you could have taken. And if that worked, that would have been golden, but no. It just fell flat on its face. So much utility still across the side. The mirror window still being a nuisance on the other end of it. And they've lost everything. They're just stuck on landing at this point, Baba.
For now, the only hopes I have for Nobles is to land a W on round number 10, because this is going to cause major damage if they cannot secure round number 10. Pure Risky all the way from 90, but he's losing a lot of time. And John securing that kill is going to put guards on a 1v2 situation. Pure Risky will be able to find one, doesn't have any bullet left. With the R4C, was forced with the Musoc. In the end, crossfire angles is exactly what we will see. Triple secure another round on defense. The score's been equalized, folks, 5-5. As we will witness Triple just coming back in form. They now have a chance to end this round once and for all. And Nobles have only secured 1 round on attack. And I'm guessing that Aggressive is trying to swat a fly.
Possibly.
Did you catch it?
Don't really worry about it. Yeah, I caught it, then it flew out of my hand. I didn't squash it hard enough.
It's either that, or are you just, maybe doing like 1, 2, cha-cha-cha, 3, 4, cha-cha. I mean, I was just guessing at this point.
How tired are you, Bob, on a scale of 1 to 10? Tell me.
I'm not that tired. I'm just having the time of my life, Aggressive.
That's what they all say before they become high or not sleeping.
Okay. Oh man.
Good God. Both of these teams, they're just going at each other to the point of no return. And for Triple, I love the setups that they're going in for too. The different positionings, the way that they're switching up their playstyles, and even though I did say this was going to be a weaker side for them, but they were able to circumvent it by playing out those roams beautifully. And I've never really seen any team play the roams this well. They had two people on the roam, two different points of setups, but the way they set themselves up is the most interesting way as well. But now Guards, he's going to be the one who's going to be an absolute nuisance over on this Pulse. And I don't think they're going to be ready for this. This could be a catch for them if they're careful enough. And Guards just needs to wait it out. The engagement should be his. They have the corner, they have the timing, and he is just playing for the information here. And the amount of information that he's going to gain should give him the advantage and the edge. And John on the back end of it, just look at this. It's so beautiful to watch too. Two different players on two sides of the map constantly supporting each other. They're making the timings happen. And this kitchen wall is not going to open up without a fight.
And look at that risky attempts from Guards, denying the X-Kairos pellets.
The mute
One of
jumpers
them
are
will
back.
be made, but Faraz is still here. He'll secure one, he'll secure two. Where's that happening?
Where was that?
That's 2 kills from Faraz. Oh boy, another one.
third?
He's about to get saved.
Where is it happening?
Where is Faraz? My god, he's in court.
What? He got 3 players in court?
Oh no, that is definitely not looking good for Nobles. Flawless round. And John just goes Rambo as he secures 2 kills. Match point for Triple Esports. All the way from a 4-2 in the first half, we are seeing a dominant performance on defense from the side of Triple Esports. And boy, oh boy, is it an entertaining match, folks. That is for sure. Second floor trophy and statue room with Faraz getting 3 kills. An A+ for effort though from Nobles. I'm not gonna lie. They've made good efforts. They even took that time out to understand the situation that they were in. They tried to change it up. But Triple just decide, you know what? Why fear when Faraz is here?
The guy was sitting in court. You can't tell me this man got 3 kills by sitting in court.
And also he had the support of Smoke throwing gas canisters from the window. Can you see the teamwork that's been happening around? It's like every single player has its own back. Dovtukin looks, supports Guards. Guards supports Dovtukin. It's like they support each other's backs. It's like you watch the front, I watch the back.
And the way they
This
do
is so
it too is
beautiful,
just
man.
so
So beautiful.
smart.
So beautiful to watch, man.
This type of positioning is so rare to find as well. Dovtukin, this is so rare to look at his KD like this. The man is 4-9, but do you even believe that this guy's 4-9? No. He's doing so much when it came down to the terms of utility. He is making sure his team has everything in the entire world to succeed. Doesn't matter if he's having a bad game. He's doing what he can to make sure his teammates are just being absolute chads all over the map. Faraz just had all the utility that he needed to succeed. And now Sky Guardian picking up that Thatcher to open things up and to change things around. But those drones are still not able to get enough information just yet. The Thatcher needs to throw out another bit of utility to open things out. Soon enough, Nobles, they're gonna make their push. The question is, how long is it gonna take? That's easy GG. Read out the play, and Guards, he's gonna be the one to take a backseat.
Read like a book. Just absolutely amazing plays from Easy and Lone Soldier, forcing Guards to go down the hatch, immediate control, and now you see Triple losing a lot of players. So this is looking so good from Nobles' end. And that coordination was just so well done. Easy on the other hand, I mean, a very difficult spot, but he still does get the kill nonetheless. 2v4. Now he needs to be very careful, but you forgot about Sky Guardian, who just already pushed all the way from Statue. And folks, we all know what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to OT as we see Nobles securing their round on attack, which means that the rounds have been reset. We are heading to round number 13.
It does not look that good for either one of these teams just now because Nobles, they pulled off the impossible guards. I understand the positioning that you were going in for, but the drone caught you out. And that hatch is just not going to be the thing that saves you there. Grim's getting picked up once again from Lone Soldier, maybe to try and contest what Triple are going to try to do, but with only 3 more rounds left, like if it goes over to maximum OT, what do you have in mind to make things work out in your favor? I don't like this one bit, Baba, but they picked up, did they pick up games, Aviator once more?
I think they picked, yeah, they did. It's AVG.
Okay, that works. Yeah, AVG. That's a
And
lot
you
more of a
even
better
have the
side for
bonus
them to
volume.
hold.
You have total
They're playing for pure
protection from the
traps.
side. Pure traps, actually denials and protection mostly. Because you have the Mira as well, which can give information and protection from the sides. You even have the Vulcan shield. No Montaigne or Grim being picked up from Nobles, which means that this is going to be a serious push. So for defense, actually for Nobles, they still have to worry about the explosive ordnance that the defenders have, impacts and C4s. This could cause a major change to their early rounds if they secure a kill or not. And usually those impacts are either used to open up lines of sights or maybe try to get confirmation on the kill. But one of the C4s will be used, but it will be guards who will take major damage. So turns out Nobles hasn't got caught from that damage itself, but Vulcan shields being popped off very early, it's going to be a devastating cause for Triple because they're losing a lot of utilities. Look at that. 2 Vulcan shields gone, 1 mirror's been destroyed, and now it's just defenseless. Triple Esports, they are forced to come back to the site where they need to hold these important lines of sight, and somehow he gets away with a kill while he goes down. IEZ is still here to try to contest with the gunfight, but it's too late. 4v2. Nobles have lost so much ground control, and Lone Soldier is in a good way. No, there's protection. Whopping saves his teammate, and now Easy GG also goes down. It's Fares once again, and Triple Esports are in match point, overtime match point, round number 14. Triple Esports 1 round away of securing map number 2 and proceeding with their next matchup as they will go up against GEEKAY Esports, and Nobles also 1 round away to put us to map number 3, which would be Skyscraper. And I have to say, the sky's the limit. They could go for it.
Whatever happens, they need to make it count. Triple on the attack, they haven't been looking that hot here at all. And if it comes down to the last round and the swap happens once again, I don't know here, Baba. I believe that Nobles could just lose. There's a good chance because Noble on their attack haven't really been looking, as proper as you would have expected, just like the members of Triple. And that will be the biggest difference maker here. What do they have in mind? This is a completely different side. They have taken dining and laundry. Dining and kitchen, sorry. And this side is pretty much their crutch. We haven't seen Nobles win a single time when Triple was holding this site because of how good their setups are. Ying has gotten picked up. That could be huge. They have no warden. This is a curveball and a half and a desperation attempt from the members of Noble.
Oh boy, this rush is definitely not going to look good, man. I mean, on the bright side, they don't have a Maru, so the Astro window won't be flung around by your friendly neighborhood attacker who might end up, securing a lot of kills. But here comes the call. Now we just have to wait for those Candelas to just fling by. Apparently, turns out Lone Soldier has been caught in towards Trophy, will be dealt with some minor damage as he was trying to contest the angle, but it will be Forez once again.
Forez?
Second. Oh boy, Forez, he is on a roll right now. 2 kills. An instant control as the roamers are completely eliminated, which means they can
There's
now
a lot
open
of
up
people
a
on the
vertical
roam.
line of sight. Now they can open up vertical line of sight. No one's on site. Actually, there's 2 players on site. They're slowly making their way from basement pantry. Forez got too overconfident. And Easy will make sure to get that C4 toss. Important kill. There goes John and his Candelas. 3v3 equalizer. This equalizer is huge for Nobles because they have just recovered a devastating round that Forez just eliminated.
Perez pretty much did everything for his squad, but he rushed it a little bit too much. You need to play that a slight tad bit slower, and things could have been different. You had drones, you had information, you could have done it one step at a time, but you just gave away a little bit too much on that engagement. Easy. They know they need to play this one as slow as possible. Joseph, what a beautiful pre-fire and a headshot to boot. All the way from the side of Laundry. He's going to be able to do a lot of work. Taking another shot. Easy, he needs to respect that. He needs to give that one up. He cannot take this duel, and it's all up to Dovtakin and Easy to maybe work things out and maybe do something magical for their squad. Dovtakin does get the drop down, does mask his sound, but he has too many corners to think about. One on the left, one on the right. Dovtakin needs to work out some magic here. He does get the magical play, and he knows exactly where the last player is. He's in towards the side. He gets the shot at Dovtakin. 8-6, and this guy just pulled off a miracle once again. A triple kill for him. It's just like another... I can't even speak. What was that?
Oh my goodness, what was that clutch? Dovtakin. Oh man, that just gave me some good nostalgic vibes, man. I kid you not. It just gave me Skyrim vibes, man.
He just
What a
foot on his way to
beautiful
victory.
Exactly. He just did an amazing 1v3, man. Type 89, 2 kills. Oh man, what a way to end up, man. Especially, let's take a look at the map recap itself. Clubhouse, Villa. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Skyscraper, but 7-3. We did go all the way to maximum OT. No, this is not maximum OT. This came to an end all the way to round number 14. 8-6. An incredible performance that we see from Nobles. Oh, and what a hold! I'll just give them that. But man, Dovtakin was just on the prowl, and Forez, my God, his presence itself was like so powerful. That is for sure. But yeah, man, we will see Triple Esports proceed to the next phase of the double LMs, where they will be fighting off against GK Esports. But for Nobles, they will go to the lower brackets, where they will fight off against Team Mercenaries. They will have their final fight. Both MRCZ and Nobles will definitely be having a tough time fighting. But I've got to say, this match, though, second map could have gone either ways.
It could have. If it didn't really come down to the individual skill level and for Dovtakin to just wake the hell up. He woke up at the best time possible too. The guy was not really having that good of a game. He was going negative in his scorecard. 4-9 when we last checked his scorecards. And now look at him. He just got a triple kill out of absolutely nowhere. Nobody really expected him to win it like that. And he just pulled off something that you'll never even think about. That's going to be going down on our Instagram, so make sure to check out all the links down below in the description and follow us there, because that is a clutch and a half that deserves to be taken into consideration. My God, is the Dragonborn back in style too. It's always when you need him the most. The Dragons came back, he appeared. His team needed him, he appeared as well. We're going to head on down over to the match summary and see exactly what happened throughout this entire game. And I have to say, the most unsung hero of this entire matchup has to be John. The man had 16 kills. We just did not see it because the man's been getting first bloods and he has been getting constant trades. And because of those trades, we are always thinking about Perez. He's taking the entry, but the person who's backing him up is John.
I mean, look at the first kills, aggressive. 3 first kills to John, first bloods to Guards, 3-1, 3-3 to Perez. And if you take a look at Nobles, Easy was the one who got 4 initial kills. Man, it's just too much to talk about, especially in this OT. The cost itself is just so balanced from both the sides, from both Triple and Nobles. And if I have to talk about their pure performance from the side of Triple Esports, I do have to, I have to talk about John, man. John has been so on point with his recovery and also providing the important shots that he needs. And also, we do have to talk about IIEZ too. So IEZ, although he didn't had a good time in the play, at least he did supported his team with his well placed crossfire angles to protect his team. So for Nobles, it was a bit difficult for them to crack the equation, and although they did give a good fight in the end, it will still go at the hands of Triple Esports. But now let's take a look at the player spotlight and see who is going to be the 2 matches that has been combined. It will be Guards. My God, the amount of patience that this guy has, and the the pure sheer of the flickness that we expected on map Clubhouse was just purely insane. I mean, that flick, that 180 flick, was just absolutely amazing to watch. 20 kills, 45% headshot, and 71% cost. He's been providing support for the team, but also fragging both at the same time. I mean, at this point, a flex is actually the meta, and since Guard has been doing a great job for Triple Esports, I mean, I'm pretty sure that when he goes up against GK Esports, it'll definitely going all the way to best of 3. That is for sure, man.
Look at the player comparisons here too. Let's see who Guards was going up against here, because this man's statistics is pretty scary, but Lone Soldier was right on his tail. Lone Soldier actually beat his statistics because he was having a phenomenal game, getting trade after trade, trading blow for blow, and both of these players were just equally matched. They were on par for a very particular reason. Lone Soldier was playing in a similar role to Guard. And the fact that this is how this entire matchup went, this shows that Nobles, they have the potential to take out the members of Triple, but not in a fashion like this. The smallest of mistakes, the 1v3s that got pulled out by Joseph, by Guards, that is something that cannot happen all the time. Those are the miracles that happen once in a while in a map, maybe even once or twice. It can hold out for something like this. And as we head on down over towards the brackets to see exactly how the overarching storyline is going to be, I am excited to watch GK going up against Triple once again, because this is going to be the rematch that we were really hoping to get. Because again, Baba, we didn't see the full potential of GK versus Triple last time around because they were probably saving a couple of their strats, because at that point they were just thinking about seeding. Now, without the seeding issue, what can they bring down to the table when they're playing? Yeah, exactly. They still have the 100%. They can play at their 100% and head towards the grand finals without any problems. Who's going to be the one to make it? We never really know. So you got to make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification bell down below if you don't want to miss out on any of that action, because good God, has this entire tournament just been an up and down roller coaster for this MENA region teams. Only one team from SA has made it, and their lifeline is going to come to a close tomorrow if they are not able to win it out against Nobles and send them back home. Will they be able to do it though? They were close to it, but they need to repeat history. But for now, that's going to be your boy Aggressive here with Babagoose signing on off. That's all that we have for you for today. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description from Zotac Gaming, and also grab yourself Rainbow Six Siege already. The game's like, what, $5 at this point? And if you buy the full-on pack, it's like, what, $7? That's a deal. That's a bargain. Yeah. You can't miss out on it. Check it out. All the links down below in the description. So we're going to be back with it tomorrow with a lot more action for the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Tom Clancy Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. And we're going to be seeing you tomorrow with a lot more action. Good night and happy gaming, everyone.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I wanna make you sweat.
Nighthaven ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time.